Hello. Um, yes. I forgot to turn off the music. Oh, goodness. Uh, Hi. I was trying to think of, like, what do they call these? Like, because it's Valentine's Day. I was trying to think of, like, a Valentine's Day, like, saying, but I could not, I could not think of any because, can you play the music again? Oh, okay. Yes. Yeah. Oh, this is like Scribblenauts. So I was like, oh goodness, they're showing me worms in the intestines. Default YouTube is kind of insane. Okay. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Hold on. Let me go to the. Let me switch over. Let me switch over to here. Yeah. Okay. So this right like this. This game is I was very into this guy, Scribblenauts. Yes, we have this. I think I have every version of this that they ever made. Um oh no, they made a new one. Oh, that looks horrible. Why would I want to show down with people? Wait, let me say hi to everybody first before before I forget. Hello, Abridge Water, and hello to Control O, and hello, WGAFFA, and hello, Prodsy Pod, and Niche Penguin the robot. Oh, thank you for watch streak, 5 stream streak, a Bridgewater. Thank you, and hello A squared. They are horrible. Unlimited is the last reasonable one. So I do have this guy, right? Like I have this guy. Um, I used to I used to play this so much. I remember I had the original. I had the original that they had on Nintendo DS, and I like this one quite a bit. But then they came out with Super Scribblenauts. Like this was an upgrade. Okay, this was a freaking upgrade because like I think this is the one where they added, yeah, numerous adjectives that can give the object special properties that may be needed to solve puzzles. So yeah, when they added this, so I went crazy with this. I learned of things I did not know existed because like I would be like there are adjectives that like there are combinations that I couldn't conceive. This is kind of how I learned like I think how to use more than like the same 5 words for everything. If I be completely honest, this is kind of this was what do they call it? This was the development of vocabulary into a sort of like you know um I'll be honest. I used it to make flying versions of everything too. But using the 5 streams word is the good part. This is kind of good. This is kind of good. Except so I kind of I kind of do this thing like with speaking. I think where I a lot of how I speak, I think, is just I kind of just copy like what I have, like what I've read, or like what do they call these? Like um, they call these things like phrases. Like I think I. I think they call this like spill the beans, like this. Like if we look up the meaning of spill the beans, see, to reveal a secret or to disclose. So like being a streamer? Question mark. Yes, I maybe it is kind of like this. I Cambridge Dictionary. They have this. What in the world? Yeah, I kind of think about this like in the sense of just it's. I don't know. I would use like the phraseology like this. And sometimes I think like things do not mean what they sound like. Like uh, it is not allowing me to go there. Okay, this is great evil. Oh, there we go. Yeah. like idioms. They that's what they call this. This is ads hell at Cambridge University. Okay. Yeah, idioms. You know, some of these do not mean what they sound like, I think. And you kind of sometimes I don't know. I was thinking about this recently because what is it? The saying "take a hint." I think is one. I thought that quite literally meant like try and you know like I'll give you a hint. You know, this is kind of what I wait, anthropomorphic antimatter. Oh, that's crazy. That's great. But yeah, they had this one, right? And then they kind of had this one, unlimited. And this felt kind of like I didn't know how to describe this really. I don't know how to describe this really, other than it felt like what I imagined Grand Theft Auto is like, but with words. I This is how it felt to me. I think playing it. I was a big fan of this. Drawn to Life. This was another good one. But yeah, this is, you know, these games were kind of wild. These were kind of insane. These were kind of insane. But you know, such as the way, such as the way. Oh, hello, niche penguin as well. Hello. But you know, this is we shan't we shan't talk about Scribblenauts too much in this world because you know what they say. What is it? This is kind of the this is kind of the day. This is kind of the day. You know. What is today? Yeah. 2/14. Yeah. You know, love. You know, like love is in the air. This is sort of it. This is sort of it. Like this is kind of the day. And I was thinking of I was thinking of like um I kind of really like this holiday because you can get chocolate in like cute boxes and stuff and all sorts of things of that nature. But yeah, love is in the air. And it made me think of, do you know about these? Do you know about these? You know, I think I was gonna make this the stream title, but then I forgot. You know, I forgot to make it. I forgot to make a stream title because I had to rebuild Firefox like 10 minutes before this. I think. So, so I think we're at like the same one as last time, but you know, like we sort of have. Can we kill that? Can we kill that? We sort of have. Do you know about these? I don't know if these are. They seem to be regional, but have you ever heard of a love bug? I was thinking of these guys, right? Like I was like, this is kind of odd point. I they were everywhere. You know, it says the distribution of love bugs tends to be widespread, but more common in Texas and Louisiana than other Gulf states. By the end of the 20th century, species had spread to all areas bordering the Gulf of Mexico, the entirety of Florida, and has spread as far as Georgia. Oh, they're taking over. You know, love really is in the air. This is kind of the case. I think um, but yeah, I these guys were everywhere. We also I think called them telephone bugs. Was like the other name. You know, I don't know if they say this on here, but this is a name I also remember them by. But love bugs as well. But like you know, I wanted to do like a bit. I wanted to do a bit. You know, with like the species. But then I realized that like I don't I doubt that like everyone is as in the bug. So I was like this will not land, but I wanted to be like I wanted to do something like are like are you a love bug because I feel connected to you. I have not I did not like you know run unit tests on this as my like my I guess like as how risible it is, you know. So it ended up not passing the benchmark, I guess, just by virtue of not being tested at all. But yeah, these guys are kind of crazy. They're everywhere. They're everywhere. And yeah, they're called love bugs because they you know they stick together. Um, I've only heard about them overtaking Americas apparently. Yeah, I think they're kind of everywhere now. I'm imagining, as well. It's like, you know, I imagine that this is sort of a climate change thing, but I try not to think about that part because, um, yeah, they die in large numbers on automobile windshield hoods and radiator grills. Oh, this is kind of Yuri coded. I think this is kind of Yuri coded, but like, um, yeah, it's kind of wild. They're kind of everywhere, but yeah, yeah, yeah. That the point is, the point is that love is in the air, and kind of to highlight there's a command for today only, which is if you do be mine, this is it, you will get you will get a big book of bug approved Valentine's card that you can send to a love bug of your own. This is the case. Um, this is the case. I don't know. Um, these are the things. I should probably pen this at some point. But yeah. Um, oh, hello, Xor Xavier as well. Welcome. Yeah, I don't know which ones are which anymore. I think it's supposed to grab a random one, but there's like three. Um, there's like three of them, I think. But yeah, yeah. I don't know. It is it just grabbing the same guy over and over? Is it? Um, I wonder. If so, something is going horribly wrong. um, um, oh no. Oh no. Oh, new spotted? Oh, okay. Yeah, they all start with PBA something, and so they all kind of look the same. Maybe it just has preference. This is maybe like the preference. There's only three, so I think numeric randomization does not happen like very good at three. I think this is kind of the case. But yeah, these will. How do I how do I make a pin? What the hell? I don't know how I don't know how websites work. Um yeah, I think I can just can I just pin there? Okay. Um we will pin this for eternity. Can I do like 1,000 minutes? Um yeah, there we go. There we go. 1,000 minutes seems like enough time. Who is Sandy Loam? Sandy Loam. Oh, Sandy Loam. Yeah, I forgot what these say. Okay, okay, okay. So do you know about this? Do you know about this? Soil triangle. Do you know about this? Okay, this one might be just a me thing. Okay, yeah, this guy, right? This guy, like, okay, maybe. Oh, Prod, do you know about it? Okay, who doesn't? Yeah. So this was kind of the case, right? I used to think this thing was really funny. I used to think this was the funniest thing ever, and I still kind of do. I think about it a lot, because I took a class, right? I took a class on soil sciences. This is kind of like a whole thing. Like if you look up soil, let's see, sciences. This guy, yeah, yeah. I took a class on dirt. This is really it, right? Yeah, you could go. This is one of my favorite classes I ever took, and in my in my years of being like being studious. I was very into this. I made like a what do they call these, capstone project or something like that, and I did my like end of like term like presentation on what was it? It was uh it was a type of mold. I was really into mold at the time, like very into mold. Especially this guy. Can I figure out what the name was? What was it called? It was a very good, like, I guess you would say mold for gardening. You know, what did they call this? Oh, I think it was trichoderma mold. Yeah, this guy. It's the green one. You know, it's the. I do not give me mold removal. Give me. Yes, this is it. I thought this was very cool because it's not like it kind of looks like a mold, right? But you have this, right? And it's this green mold that grows everywhere. But then you also have. Wait, no, this isn't what my presentation was about. It was about bacillus, I think, bacteria. I I think this was it. I think it was a bacteria is what I did. I did the yes, this is it. This is it. Yeah, these guys. So they, I think they eat the mold. Like they are a mold eating bacteria. Um, and I thought it was really cool to like I did a presentation on this and I think I don't know, I was the only person that was really into this, I think, for what I recall. But like I thought it was really cool because it's a mold eating bacteria of some kind. I think one of the species, but I can't quite remember which one. Also found in marine sponges. Yeah, these are kind of cool guys. These are kind of uh, oh, that's a fish. I don't know. I was a big fan of these. You know, I was a big fan of these. But such is the way. Your ISP blocks 0x0.st. What the freak? Oh, that's sad. That's sad. I can't believe that. I can't believe that. Well, I don't know. For that that's insane. Wait, what? Is this what being is this what like I don't know, like Europe is like, I don't really know. That's kind of wild. I get. Oh, okay. They can't route it. Yeah, I kind of get like crazy routing issues. I get browser issues mostly because I have a fucked up browser configuration where I try to disable like everything that I can or as much as I can without like making everything unusable. But then like it becomes unusable sometimes, and everywhere thinks I'm a robot. You know, this is kind of the case. Everyone's like, you're a robot. You're a robot. You know, I kind of I'm kind of a victim of Chat GPT. This is sort of it's sort of wild because it's like I go to Codeberg and they're like, get out of here, get out, and I'm like, okay. I go to YouTube.com and they're like, I think you're a robot. I'm like, okay. And then I have to like log in, and I don't like to log into things, you know, because Reddit 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 fucking hates me. Ooh, yeah. This is another one, but I don't. I mean, I'm not a fan of Reddit either. You know, me and Reddit are like sworn enemies. I think on this front because this is like this is kind of like, I kind of think about this, right? Um, like, I think about this a lot. Just Reddit. It's weird because it's like so there's like different ways to use it, I guess. You know, it's kind of like the thing. It's kind of like basically like what would you call this? A like or basically like, you know, it's kind of like a post fix. You know, when I like Google something because like otherwise you know you kind of end up getting like like you just get like bad results. This is sort of this is how I think of Reddit primarily, right? This is how I think of Reddit primarily. But then it's kind of wild because then I know that like it's also like it's also kind of like social media for like social media for some people. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, it's kind of like social media for some people, and you know, I am not like, I am a big fan of social media. I think and we kind of end up like with kind of like a weird situation. I think where it's like, I kind of am. Well, I'm not a fan. I guess I would say. I'm not a fan. I kind of am. What would you call this? I know. Social media plus me is kind of like equivalent to they call it like this. They call it like this. This is how it feels to enjoy posting things on the internet. But I don't get this feeling with Reddit. You know, I don't get this feeling with Reddit, and sort of the reason for this, the reason for this is because it's rather simple. It's rather simple. The reason for this is whenever I actually have kind of posted like to Reddit, people are just kind of mean. And I don't know if this is just a me case. I think this is due to my like feud with, I think, like the individual from Italy, like has sort of marred my emotions on Reddit. I think like permanently. Like the tiramisu feud where I made a tiramisu, and um, the first response was somebody insisting that it was not real tiramisu because I did not use ladyfingers. And I was just like, I didn't have access to them. What makes Owl Lisp the best Lisp? Hello, Mumi Jamala. Well, I think it's the best Lisp because it's kind of, uh, well, you see, we have two number ones, I think, in the best Lisp, as the best Lisp. It's kind of the best because I haven't used it, but at the same time, I am, I am compelled, I'm compelled by by the spirits of the machine to use it one day, probably for 24 straight hours at some point. This is kind of the thing, but also you have to put it at the top, I think. And this is my totally unbiased like ranking. I guess of the best lisps. I guess. Although ultimately the best lisp will actually be kind of like determined at the Lisp Awards, which is not until December, I think. I think they when do they do it? When do these begin? Yeah, I guess they begin on early to mid December. Yeah. Oh, the first one was 2014. Oh, they've only been doing Lisp Awards for a little while. Okay, that's kind of. Oh wait, no, that's like 12 years ago. That's not a little while anymore. Oh geez. Oh geez. Yeah, they they do these now. And everyone goes there and votes for the best Lisp. As you can see, last year, Claire Obscure Expedition 33 won as the best Lisp. But yeah, yeah, this is. I don't know. I haven't tried this one either. Such is the way. But yeah, I I've been thinking about this, but like I also kind of think about I also kind of think about like the other thing I think about with Reddit is like the site, like format is awful. This is how I feel whenever I have to like query Reddit for anything other than like clicking the first link that pops up whenever I Google something. I'm like, who made this, like who designed this. But I like this guy. What do they call it? What do they what is it called? It has a name. It has a name. It has a name. Lib Reddit, I think. Yes, this. I don't know if this is still how much this is. Like, I think it might. Oh, rebranded. Okay. Yeah, this guy. I could never remember which is which. But but I think about this. I think about this. It's kind of like a version of Reddit that is not as bad. And I think also, like, you know I don't have to um I guess worry about tracking and stuff is kind of the thing. I have need to call somebody to disable this ISP thing. It's so over. The this is disheartening. Um, okay, I think we need to actually do this too at some point. So like like the love like the love situation is kind of insane if this is the case. Like this is the I'm probably gonna post these cards and I guess maybe other locations so that it's not so the I don't know. Here could be a workaround. Here's a workaround. Like if you, we need the one at the top. Okay, like if you can't get a card, you know, um, I guess like I'll just like put like I don't know, put like three numbers in a hat. Um and I don't know, draw one for you. This seems kind of like a close, kind of approximation of kind of the random like that the random item from a sequence kind of selection. This might this might be the OS. There is also that. I think it's one of the better formats, although allowing image posts was a terrible mistake, and obviously the community has gone to shit. I don't. Oh, okay. This is another thing. Like, what is what is the Reddit community? I don't really. I didn't know that there was like. I'm vaguely aware that there's like something of a cohesive community for Reddit, but but there's like subreddits for everything, right? This is the other thing. Like there's kind of subreddits for everything. And I'm like, how does one define a community if like the organization of the site is around like very specific like subjects? But maybe this was just my misunderstanding of I don't know the context by which one would say use the word community. But like there's also another qualifier. Like it's basically robots now. You know. So this sort of leads to sort of like you can sort of like arrive at a conclusion at this like from these two is kind of like for me the way I think about it is like Reddit, kind of like equals X the everything app. Except like I was a big user of the one on the right side of this equality, but I was not a big user of the one on the left side of this equality. So I like I have seen the downfall of X the Everything app, but I have not seen the downfall of Reddit because I only used it really to like query things and for a cooking contest many moons ago. So beyond these things, like my interactions have been relatively limited. But I think I don't know. from my understanding, it's kind of robots everywhere. What do they call them? Jean Claude Code or something, as they say. Um, Hello, Kirsch and Sorcerer as well. Hi, hello, and yes, uh, hi, hello. Bug indeed. This is sort of the case. This is sort of the case. But yeah, we are. I don't know, as they say. Whenever social media gets big, corporate interests take over and ruin it. Buge. This is yeah, Buge. Are we talking about AI apocalypse? Yeah, this is kind of like I don't know. Like I've been thinking of this. Like, you know, well, I think kind of everyone thinks of this. We're kind of forced to, right? Like we're kind of forced to like just it's kind of just bad. It's kind of just um they kind of ruined well, the internet I don't know. I feel like the internet was already kind of like very different before that already or different it you know the like corporate aspect of like the internet had already kind of begun like before that, right? Like with the advent of social media as kind of like the primary method of communication and interaction. This is I don't know. Basically like yeah, this is sort of like the summation. This is kind of it. I just miss forums. I miss forums. I was kind of I was using the computer sort of on the tail end of these things, right? As these things were reaching their downfall, I think, and I very much I very much kind of miss them now because it's like I my first days I think were the Roblox forums, and there were a couple, right? Like the Roblox forums were great. This was one. This was one. This was kind of like really good, right? This was really good. There was also the what was it called? What was it called? The one that was kind of I think like Reddit for people who were I don't know. I guess nerds. I'm not sure. That sounds like a weird way to describe it. But I can't. Um, I can't figure out like and I do not mean that disparagingly even, but like um, what was it? Something awful. I think what was the name of this. This one was interesting. Yeah, we'll add the interesting modifier to that one. This one actually has a like reference in Fallout New Vegas. You know, which is kind of wild. Like this one was it. I guess you could kind of say like I don't know. Tumblr was a little bit like this. It wasn't really a forum, like, but like it had like it had like a similar feel. It had a similar feel to it, I think. I spent most of my time. This is where I spent most of my time. I was a big Roblox forums off topic poster. This was sort of my thing. I would go into the Roblox forums and I would basically use it the way I proceeded to use Twitter whenever social media became the thing. Whenever social media became the thing, right? Like this was sort of the case. This was sort of the case. And I think they closed down the Roblox forums, which I'm somewhat sad about. I hope that it's been like web archive to some degree. But like I would this was it. This was kind of it. I would get I would ask to stay at my grandparents because they they would give me unfettered access to the internet, and I would post on Roblox forums until 5 a.m. or something like that, and play Roblox until 5 a.m. And this was kind of the, I don't know, that I kind of missed this. I think another one I liked was, what was it? I like didn't like Neopets have a forum? Yeah, didn't Neopets have a forum? I think there was that one as well. Bugless Energy. Hello, F. Freeful. I always thought browsing forums is super clunky, but their upside is that they're typically niche slash small. Uninteresting for greedy capitalists. Yeah, so this is sort of like the, you know, um, I think we have to get a little bit political. I think this is just this is kind of bound to happen. They have what is it? So I think about like we're only going to get a little bit, maybe just we'll only discuss this a little bit. So there's monopoly, right? There's monopoly. This is something that people talk about, right? And this is something that yeah, we're looking at monopoly. But here's the thing, right? Like if you look up monopolization, you kind of get like about the legal cases of it. This is not what like I reference whenever I don't know. I'm thinking of Monopoly. I'm thinking of uh, hold on. What am I thinking of? What do they call this? What do they call this? All right. Yeah, I think hold on. We'll just I kind of think of this. I kind of think of I kind of think of this, right? The I think of I think of this like the monopoly kind of in this sense. And I guess in the older sense of the word, where it's not just where it's the same as like one corporation, holds like all the power, or like a few corporations hold all the power. Like it's sort of the same case here, but it's kind of just bound to happen. That's sort of the sad part, and I think that's kind of it. Like we had before this, like you have this like in everything. You have this in like agriculture. This is kind of the thing. And I think about this like whenever people are like talk about the farmers and such. We think of like I feel like the classical image of like a farmer is like a family that has like a plot of land, and they're tilling the earth. They're tilling the earth to make a living, and that's not at all like what it is in most cases. It's more so like big corporations, like things like what do they call it, like Monsanto, I think is the name, something like this. Like it's and they own massive tracts of land, and then you sort of have like what do they call it? What do they call it? Production, which by production I think we could kind of just mean like we'll qualify this with like industrial, we'll qualify this with like industrial, just because there's a lot of versions of production. Like production is kind of like one of those other terms I think that I feel gets misused quite a bit personally. I feel it gets misused because like it means to produce a commodity. I think is what I think of whenever I think of production, but I mean this primarily in the industrial sense. Like in this case, like food is a commodity, so this is also production. But like if we talk about production, like in the industrial sense, you have things like what did General Motors is a big one. Like this is a big guy. But we also have this kind of like internet, and what are these guys called? They call them Fang, I think. They call this Fang, and is this what people talk about, right? Like, and so I kind of think about these things are kind of bound to happen, I think, and it's it kind of it kind of sucks. It kind of sucks because it just sort of means that like there, everything is bound to get bad eventually, unless it is rebuilt from the ground up at some point. But this is, I don't know. We are not hashtag politics like per se, but like that's like my two cents on it. Or multiple cents. But basically, kind of like this is kind of, and this is the interesting part, right? Is just like the monop, like this was sort of what we saw with like the like social media, but we're kind of like, I feel like we're kind of like entering this like weird version where it's like information, like more broadly. So like, because everyone has to use the internet, right? Like, well, they don't have to, but like, I guess you would say like, I don't know, we would say something like, social conditions. Yeah, this is it. Social conditions in most places require some form of, like internet use. And then you have sort of like the like monopolization of this. Like we get kind of like, can we do, like turn it in into a subscription, or make it unusable, if not a robot. This is sort of robot. And yeah, I kind of like, I feel like this is sort of like what's going on with the internet right now, and it makes me somewhat sad. It makes me, I don't know, I don't like using the, I don't, or I don't know, I think like people are, I think of like how browsing the web was like a thing you could do. Like browsing the web was a thing you could do, like I think kind of like in the earlier days, like it was like a pastime, and now it's just like, oh no, I have to look something up. Oh no. Let's see. Hello, Sun Demoniac. I hope forums will be back with the Discord nonsense. Yeah. Slow pace of forum will kill me. I like the slow pace. I was actually talking about this earlier, I think. I'm very much I very much prefer the kind of like slower method of communication. Oh, thank you for the follow, Bonnie Brazoy. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I really like the, what is this article? Can we paste? Can we paste from clipboard? Thank you. That didn't give us anything. We're still on Marxist.org. Can I just, can I not, can I do from clipboard? Can you give me clipboard, please? Sandy Loam. Okay. Anyway, what is this? I kind of hate this browser. Let's see. What is how Monopoly inventor? What do they call this? Elizabeth Maggie. Lost her game. Yeah, this, I don't know. And this was on Wednesday.com. Well, we have a Wikipedia. Who is this? I'm not aware of this person. See, game designer. Wait. Oh, wait. Literally, did she make Monopoly? Literally make Monopoly. What the freak? Let's see. Yeah, you want both the forum and IRC for community delay, different kinds of discussions. Yeah, Mumble VC. Yeah, yeah, this is kind of like another like this is I don't know. I think about this with like Discord, like as well. Like this guy, right? Like this guy, Discord. Can uh like something happened. The I don't really know. I don't I use Discord on my phone mostly. The moment I'm at my computer or I have access to a laptop, I am like time to use IRC instead. So I don't really know what, right? But I learned this. I learned this. Like Palantir is I think a part of it. This is sort of like, and this part I kind of I kind of like I know about Palantir. I do not know what happened with Discord. I think and yeah, I don't know. This seems like it sucks. I see a lot of people hopping off. Like a lot of people, are like hopping off. And there's the discussion of like alternatives, but I just kind of like I really just hope this means I can actually like finally convince people to hop on IRC. So I don't know. This seems like I feel somewhat evil. I think whenever I think about like the Discord problem, I feel somewhat evil because I'm like finally I could get people to hop on IRC. Yeah, like this is it's an opportunity. I feel I feel like IRC is too much to ask. But maybe Matrix kind of sucks. In my opinion. Or no, Matrix is okay. Every client I have used is unusable. I I'm not sure. Yeah, unable to decrypt message. This is kind of it. This is kind of it. I sort of I lost contact with like a friend who switched to Matrix. I think because my client did some kind of reset and could not um itself as so hop on Whitsend. I think this is maybe an alternative. Yeah, hop on Whitsend is maybe an alternative as well. I don't know I don't feel like I have a what do they call this? I don't have a horse in the game, as they say, with regard to Discord migration. I just know that if it asks me to verify my age, I'm just gonna turn like I'm gonna delete the app. Um, but like beyond that, I don't really like have I don't know. I'm not gonna verify anything. I'm not gonna send them my ID, but like I'm not gonna quit using it immediately. Like I guess like I kind of I already know it's getting my data. I'm just not gonna give it more, than I have to. I guess. Have you done today's enclose? What is enclose? Wait, what is enclose? Um, hello, hello, Prowl Kawu 67. Prowl 67. What? Wait, what the fuck? Prowl 67. Holy, holy moly. Um, yeah, Prowl 67. This is crazy. This is kind of crazy. This is kind of like a 6-7 moment. For a channel point somewhere else. So this is my nickname for the foreseeable future. Enclose is this guy. Enclose that horse. Um, enclose that horse. Can enclose that horse. What is this? Wait, what is this? Um, enclose the biggest or enclose the horse in the biggest possible pen. Click gross tiles or grass tiles. This is very difficult to read. You have limited walls. Um, huh? Okay. I'm just going to. I'm going to maybe, do we put a wall there? Um, yeah, dark mode. This might be a dark mode problem. Oh, it's a heart shape. Wait, love really is in the air. It looks like a little heart. Love is in the air. You know. Do so I'm guessing. Does the horse run into the wall? And I don't want it to hurt itself. I don't know. I'd feel bad if I accidentally injured the horse, but I don't really know what I'm doing. I think maybe we'll put a wall here. Um, 4 walls around the horse. Oh, never show me this horse tip again. Wow, my score is 1. So is that it? You just have to. Is this the? So the goal is not. The goal is to enclose the horse and the least amount of walls. Oh, okay, okay. Results. View optimal. What the? What the frick? Oh, okay, okay. So you see, in my mind, I thought the horse was going to start running and run into the wall. I thought this was, I thought this was a kind of like, I thought this was a situation of, what would you say, like Pong type physics. I thought I was playing Pong with the horse. Um, okay, uh, this is wild. Hmm. Okay. Wait. Okay. Hold on. So you just have to do something like. Well, I already saw the optimal, so I can't do it again. But like, this is kind of crazy. This is kind of fun. Wait, I kind of like this. I'm gonna start playing the horse game, I guess. You know, there are more levels. There are more levels. Can I do past puzzle? Enclosed cherries give you negative awful bee swarms. Okay. So we don't want bees, right? Like this is sort of the case. We the horse does not want to be mine. I guess is how some might say this. So I think maybe we could. I think maybe we could do something like this, right? Like, um, I'll sneak away like I always do. I could escape. Wait, the horse gives you horse tips. Okay, wait. I quite appreciate this. I feel like if we route the cherry right here, and then here, and then here, and then here. Oh, oh, it's over. It's over. Okay, it's kind of over. Oh, oh no. Okay. What if we want these cherries? I think. I did not mean to put a wall there. We want these cherries. I think, and we don't want these bees. They're kind of harmful to a horse. This is I guess the case. But we have to do 3 walls here. Oh, that's kind of yucky. But like, um, if we put a cherry, because you're gonna try and go that way, and I don't, I do not want you to go that way, nor that way. So I think maybe we do this. Oh, I got bead. Okay, I got bead. I will submit. Wow, I got a 28. Can I view optimal? It looks like such a happy horse, but I don't know. Like it's trying to escape as well. So I feel I'm like, which one is it doing? Okay, this is kind of cool. I kind of like this. I'm gonna start playing this. But yeah, that we've discussed horses. We discussed horses. We've discussed Sandy Loam. You know. We've kind of discussed scribble knots, I think, and also like what are love bugs, like all of the topics that I can think of so far at least have been we've addressed it all. We've addressed it all, I think. We even did like I don't know like politics I guess for a little bit. I would implement IRC client, but not open my own matrix. I think. Yeah, I I think if matrix were usable, I would use it. I This is sort of how I feel about it. Is if I could use matrix without worrying about like losing I don't know all of my data because the client you know or like not having access to my or not being able to like message for a little bit because like the client decided to explode, like I would probably use matrix, but they haven't really designed a guy that does that yet. There was this guy I kind of like this one a little bit, but it also sucked. It also sucked a little bit as well, and I think it's kind of a dead client to a degree. I don't know. Maybe it's not. Oh no, it's still being updated. Um, I kind of I liked this. Uh, I think this is the one I used. No, it is not. It is not the one I used. Is it? I used Matrix client. I used a like a I used one in the Hawk Tui. I think. I think was it. I I swear that this one used to be. No, it was this guy. This guy used to be a TUI client, and that's sort of like the other issue with like Matrix. I think is like this is kind of like Matrix issue. There's a couple of these. In my opinion, one is unable to like decrypt message. This is kind of one. The other is this is kind of it's not a terminal user interface, I guess, of sorts. This is I don't know. This is perhaps just a meism, yeah, in this regard. But like I'm like I like it whenever I can access I can access the thing without seeing images and having to act I don't know click things. I This is sort of like this is what I like about IRC is like if I want to see something, I have to click a link instead. It is it is it is beyond that. I am getting pure text. Is kind of the nice thing. I don't I find this a much more pleasant experience. Than also like you know I think I have the other issue. The other issue, kind of like with like Discord and like these other guys, is just like gifs or gifs or however your preferred pronunciation is. These things kind of suck. I think. I don't know. They're kind of funny sometimes, but then sometimes it's like you get like a million. You see a million gifs, and you're just like, oh, why? Or maybe this is me. This is just like a me thing. But like every now and then there is kind of a funny one, I think. But it's kind of wild that these are, because they're just like, aren't they just like links from like Tenor or something like that, or some um like GIF repository? I don't know. It's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy, but we sort of like, you know, I don't know. So we've done like how do I do how do I do Markdown? This is I miss org mode. I think org mode is working again now, but like I'd already started this in Markdown, so it's kind of sunk cost fallacy, I think, in that regard. But like so like we did like you know we did politics. I think we did like politics, and we did video games and bugs. But like love is still in the air. And I don't know. I kind of love SBCL. I don't know. This is my segue. I think into I think we're going to start. Or we're going to go to the. We're going to go to this guy. I think this was my segue. Into that was kind of. Where do you live? Okay, there you are. And IDK XML. Gut programming. Yeah. Okay. Wait. This is actually kind of like a thing. Like I was. This was something I was thinking about. Like I don't know. It's funny saying this. I think because I go on here. I'm like I'm going to program some. But like programming. I don't know. On a stream is kind of like hard. I kind of I was thinking a lot about this the other day. Like I I was thinking about this. I think after the prior one, because I got goofed by VA list really bad, and I was just like, oh my god, I can't believe I'm forgetting this. I felt like I was losing my marbles to some degree, as they say. Like I was just like, it's kind of wacky. I feel like my brain like ejects from my body a little bit the moment I hit go live. Yes, IDK, if you've been on last stream, but I finally reached a measurable conclusion to this. I vaguely recall sort of this like as well. I vaguely recall this. I was at work during the stream, and I've been dealing with car situation. Oh wait, I think that's also kind of like a thing. You know, I got car again, and they didn't steal my RAM. Not steak, steal. They didn't steal my RAM. Uh, Probably plus streaming is hard because you don't talk constantly about what you're thinking about, and then on +3 levels, Zoom and no music. Multitasking is kind of baneful. Yeah, this is sort of the case. Is like I kind of like it's kind of hard, but this was sort of like the conclusion that like I also kind of like came to as well. Like but I don't know. I think what I wonder about this is like kind of the question of like is it like what did they call this? What do they call this? Like is it you know productive? And I wonder this sometimes because I think like I kind of approach that it's like a yes and no. Um, well, it's always productive. I think we could qualify it as more productive, maybe, because if you call it productive, what happened to Malfon, by the way? I haven't seen them in forever. I think Malfon, from what I remember, is taking a break from streaming. For, uh, I think, yeah, this is what I recall is that they are currently like taking a hiatus of sorts from streaming. Yeah, job. This is kind of the case. Due to job, I understand and respect this to a high degree. I understand and respect this to a high degree. I don't know. It's kind of a thresher out there at the moment. the moment you clock in and you lock in, and then afterwards you're just like, I'm tired. This is I don't know. It's kind of wild out there. It's a dog world. I think this is this is kind of the case. This is kind of the case. I said dog world to I think somebody in person the other day. Like I went to you know I went to get a cupcake or something, and I was like, they were like, how are you doing? Oh, and I said, best I can in this dog world. And I'm like, that sounds so weird. That I don't know. But perhaps this was over analysis on my part. I don't know. I think, I would like to think, it is a apt descriptor. It is it is the world. They call it the rat race. They call it the, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, this is going to be my new go-to when people ask me how I'm doing. So I got this from a. Can I link this? This is going to uh, reveal me. I think is like. Can I find video um, without playing all audio? So so do you know about Secret of the Mimic, the song, this guy, right? Like there's this guy, Secret of the Mimic, FNAF fan song. Well, there's also this one, and I would listen to this. I would listen to this, like without humor in my without like an ounce of like irony in my blood, because there's a part where someone says that's how we do it in this dog world, and I'm like that goes hard. Let's see. Yeah, but sacrificing streaming value or productivity. If you're committing to programming, why are you streaming this to other people for co-working? And if you're committing to entertainment, you're just doing endless candy. So you end up doing this weird half measure, and I think that was behind the decay where I wasn't happy with my own stream because nothing was really being done. Yeah, I don't know. I always kind of feel this a little bit. I or maybe not the dissatisfaction. Mostly, I don't know if I can be completely real. The the first thing I think whenever I hit go live and begin talking is like is probably brief moments of fear that like I am going to I don't know uh, be a fool for many hours, and then afterward I realize I have been. Oh, thank you for the follow, ZT 278. And then I realized I have indeed been a fool for multiple hours, but I kind of had fun doing it. And this is sort of it. This is sort of it. I always kind of fear. I don't know what do they call these, like a faux pas of sorts. For this is sort of like a constant fear. I think just in conversation of like thinking that something means something different. Than it does, and accidentally being rude. This is sort of my fear. I think in most interpersonal interaction is accidentally saying something incredibly rude because I think it means something completely different. This I've been thinking about this a lot, especially because this occurred with the term "take a hint" with me recently. I thought this meant like I thought this quite literally meant uh, do you want a hint? I thought it meant like, would you like a hint? I thought this was like for querying with riddles. I did not know it was like a rude thing to say, and then I said it, and I had said it, and my friend was like, "Wow, rude." I'm like, how? Things such as this thing, I don't know. These things sort of happen. I think. I think the solution to it is kind of to avoid idioms in most cases, unless you have like clearly defined the meaning behind them. But like this is also sometimes difficult because I don't know. This is how people communicate. I think it, it, you know we could just say this. Like this kind of sums it up. Talking is hard. This is kind of the case. Like talking is just hard. I guess like I don't know. It's kind of this is kind of the case. It's like yeah, there's like a lot of like rules and stuff, and you have to remember them, but you can't like there's not like you can't locate these anywhere, you know. Well, you sort of can, but like you have to kind of like I don't know, like you have to be very you have to kind of be studious about this. That's how I said the worst curse word to my sister. Yeah, like things like this, you know, things like this. Lossy format. Yeah, Zen moment where I realized the reason why adding 3 buttons to a page in 4 hours and calling it victories. Yeah, and this is kind of like I this is sort of how I feel. This is sort of how I feel. I think as well. I don't know. I like programming on stream, but then at the same time I'm like so much worse at it. I think I feel it is the what do they call it? Like performance anxiety kind of situation. You know, I guess is what one might describe it as. But it's also kind of fun. And then also like I don't know. It's kind of nice too. I think because you sort of realize where your boundaries are, like where things start becoming a bit more vague for you. You know, this is my take on it at least. Is like you begin to understand a bit more about like what do you really understand sort of situation. I don't know if I don't know. I don't know if this makes sense at all. But like that's how I think about it. When I do, I appreciate the co-working vibe it has. It's nice to hear the streamer yap about things while they're doing that thing we both like, programming. Yeah, and this is sort of like I like this a lot too. I think and just learning new things. Compilers is so good because who the fuck cares if the stream is entertaining if you're having fun with the computer? Yeah, yeah. I don't know. It's quite. I find it quite enjoyable. I think. I guess I don't know. I wouldn't be. I wouldn't be doing. I wouldn't be hanging out here if I didn't find it enjoyable. But it is. It's kind of like the. It's kind of like a. It's sort of like enjoyable in the way that like. I don't know. I'm trying to think like of like a good like descriptor. It's kind of like enjoyable like in the way that like going to the gym can be enjoyable. Maybe you know this is sort of like the same thing where sometimes it's like oh no I have to talk, but then other times like afterward I'm like this was nice, this was fun. You know it's kind of like this situation. But yeah, I don't know. It is fun to write cool stuff. Compilers are so good. Yeah, I'm a big fan of like I don't know. I kind of like it. It's fun. I like to have fun. You know, this is kind of it, I guess. Can we get our dependencies? Um, I don't know. I haven't worked on this a lot since the prior stream, which I think this is kind of like this is another thing that I think about sometimes, but I you know I don't think about it. I think too much because I think this might be a more of a meism. But like, can I have shell, please? Oh, you're installing. Okay. Farming shorts. I'm not even ironic. Parentheses evil. Ooh, short form content. This is an adventure as well. I feel like short form like content must be stressful to make sometimes because it's like how do you do that? Like how do you talk for a little bit? You know, hack and be merry. Yeah, I yes, this is I was hoping that we could get the cats in love, but you know, such is the way, I guess. Can we grab the guy? And can we successfully compile everything, please? And first try. Oh wow. Okay. Look at all those facile files. This is okay. So I think we were kind of last like doing the um doing the doing this guy, right? Doing the reader. Um, and the format is already kind of fucked up. I think, you know, we were trying to fix this to some degree. Not gonna lie, short form depth feels like it loses its depth sometimes, and I hope there's still a place for longer discussions. You see, this is sort of what I feel like, and this is how I feel about, I think, instant messaging as well. I was discussing this. I was discussing this at some point earlier today because I don't really have notifications on my phone very often, especially whenever I'm at home. You know, I have them on like if I'm on the bus or something. Sometimes if I'm like actively messaging, but I I like the latency in communication of something like email. I guess one would say. I really need to stop consuming short form content. Or I notice I have problems focusing for longer periods. Oh, the Dark Souls sound video was kind of crazy. That thing was great. Yeah, I have trouble focusing on audio just for generally. I think I'm not a very I have to in most things I have to read. I think but that video is good. I think yeah, no, it's so crazy. I did not know that enemies can smell you. That was sort of like the that was sort of the thing that got me. Is that some like sense of smell factors in? Oh, not colon 3. That happened automatically. That was like you know like that was the spirit of the colon 3 speaking through me. Can we? Is this where you live? What is the package name? What? Yeah, yeah. There we go. So we're in the package. Okay. I kind of want to not have this just be in one big guy, you know, because it all kind of exists like I don't know. It all kind of exists in this style right now, and I'm like, was what if it was better, you know? What if it didn't suck? Like, what if I knew how to program whenever I had originally written this, or like knew how to do lists? I think for this, if we just go ahead, can we do like different files for this or different folders? Can we you're, okay. MK dear reader. Can we make that? Thank you. And can we start from scratch? Essentially, is what we're going to try and do with that. Not fully from scratch, of course, because we do have this. But let's go ahead and check the Wayland code really quick. Wayland.freedesktop.org. This is the guy that we want. And let's see how they structure the XML. Let's see how they structure. Let's see. Wait. Are you restructuring this project? Sounds like a solid plan. Also, what's the deal with Wayland? Any cool features? As opposed to like X11, I think I would say like the main thing is just like it is a less messy protocol, but it's in terms of features, kind of like the main thing is like the implementation. Like, okay, so I think we have to pull up the. Can we do xorg Wayland chart? This is sort of like the case. I really like this chart. Can I find can I find the chart that compares the two? This is the guy. Yes. So it's a very that only shows us I think the X server. Can we go to Wayland? Can we go to freedesktop.org/Wayland? Nope. Wayland. Can we go to this one? Documentation. Okay, I think they have it on here. I think it's in this spot. Can you give me load? Can load? Okay. I don't think it is loading very well. Oh, there we go. That just took forever. Can we go to yeah, the diagrams. These are in 3.11. So yeah, we'll go here. We'll go here, right? Oh, it came out kind of fucked up on here. So this is kind of like the structure of, I guess you'd say like the X server, right? Is that the server itself is sort of interacting, with the kernel, and the compositor is like its own guy. So these are all poking at like this server. Um, so while I guess from my understanding, I don't fully understand X11, but like from my understanding, the window manager is in a way like a sort of client as well, for the X server. With Wayland, you instead have a compositor, which acts as both like, the window manager, the compositor, and the interaction with like the kernel through the, like with the kernel, like through like the Wayland protocol that they use, which is just like the messaging protocol. Yeah, it's way cleaner, but it's way more evil. I think is the best way to describe it. It's cleaner, but like you cannot easily use it. This is probably the way to describe it. Is you cannot. I don't know. It's a lot harder to make a window manager with this. Like it's much smaller as well. Is kind of the other case. But yeah, and this sort of like you end up with like I think the security sort of like this, like what one of the aspects that originally interested me, it does not so much anymore, but like originally I was really into the security component of this, because this kind of means that like clients on like a Wayland compositor are sandboxed in a way that they cannot be on like the X server. Like clients aren't necessarily, they can't like see what other clients are doing. They have to go through the server to get any information. And that's really kind of it. Is like Wayland is the kind of like messaging protocol between like the server and the clients. It's not a server in and of itself. But it is a lot more difficult to work with because of that. But yeah, I don't know. We've been kind of, a lot of this was written like a year and a half ago, and it's pretty bad. Or I don't know. I think it was kind of okay. Like I'm kind of surprised. I don't know. Maybe not that, I guess not to toot my own horn to like too much of a degree, but like I did not know a lot about like, I guess, what I was doing at the time, and I somehow managed to make something like that kind of worked, which was exciting. But yeah, I don't know. It's also very, I guess you would say like poorly written, you know. But I think where were we? We were looking at this, right? So we have this in the code as well, I think. Um, we have this in the protocol.lisp. So we had defined it kind of as a common Lisp class, which I think we're going to keep this sort of form, because it conforms pretty well to the XML. If we go here to Wayland, core Wayland protocol, can I have protocol? Okay, there you are. We'll just look at test.xml maybe, because I think this is a tiny guy. Yeah, this is a tiny guy, but it does implement kind of all kind of like the things that we need to think about. So if we look at a protocol, right? I think kind of on the one hand, like we have each file kind of has its classes, right? But if we do if we do a couple of different like things in here, so like currently if we ls this, right? We have a guy for the reader, but then we have these things. So I wonder if we can do something like mkdir protocol.list, or no, just protocol. So if we make a directory there, right? What we can go ahead and do is we can go into protocol. Let's call this base.list. This will be kind of our base file that we pull from. And we'll say that this is in this package. And we will call it, we'll call it protocol slash base. Yeah, this seems like a good plan. So we currently sort of have these guys spread out, like these classes spread out amongst like various files, which is I don't really know how I feel about that, but like if we actually look at the Wayland like setup of Wayland itself, you know, we have a few different things. If we look at the, I guess you would say, smallest portion of this, you know, you end up with the like arguments and the descriptions of a request or an interface, or no, a request or an event, because the interface is composed of requests and events. So what we end up kind of needing in this case would be a, if we go to event.lisp, so we kind of have these guys, right? And we could probably do like, I think, can we do def class, and let's call it the full name, Wayland event. Can we call it event? Can I spell that? And then what do we have here? We have, let's see. So we kind of have this guy, right? Which we can probably flesh this out a little bit better. I'm thinking of this primarily, I think, in the perspective of, as well, kind of like type safety. You know, this is something I've been thinking about a little bit more with regard to this. And I've been experimenting with this in like common Lisp, I think, because I realized that you can sort of like extend like the, you can make the type system do a lot of work, a lot more than like one would originally think, in this respect, with a little bit of help at least. Not gonna lie, it's wild how much we evolve while coding and learning. That initial struggle is part of the journey, though. This is kind of the case, and I think, I don't know, I was never like, I did this is not something, this is a fairly new hobby to me, I think, in the grand scheme of like hobbies as well. I was a little too ambitious perhaps with this project, but I got it to work. So now I'm like, you know, I don't know, my ambition has been fueled even further, I think, because I got like client side to work, kind of. So we would want this to be, you know, I think we can actually just go ahead and just, instead of like hand typing all of that, can I grab you? Thank you. And here, that'll give us something to work with. So this is sort of like our base guy, right? And then I think as well, this was a thing that, so do we have, what is it, closure mop? Do we have this? We do. Aha, okay. Now we are cooking. Let's see. So can we go to, who is the guy? Who is the guy? I think it is, I think it is meta class. I think, here, I'm going to have to, enforce type check. Can we do class Lisp? All right. This seems like enough words to pop up, because this is kind of a thing. Okay, yes, this is it. I kind of encountered this as like a conceptual thing that one can do, right? Like this is kind of crazy that one can do this. But if we look here, I don't think this is, yeah, that is not it. I don't feel like finding it, so we're just gonna try and figure it out, I guess. So something that like is interesting about these, right, is that these will take a type, you know, like these fields here, in the class object, they will take a type specifier. You can do like something like type string, right? Right? Like, but this is not enforced. Not enforced. This is not like an enforced thing. Like it is implementation dependent, which is kind of insane. I feel, um, in my humble opinion, this is kind of what the hell. Which I don't know. Such is the way. Such is the way. Such is the way. But like, yeah, it's not like enforced in any way other than just like, you know, hoping your compiler will warn you. And we kind of want like some degree, I think, of enforcement on this, like in this respect. So like if we look at the interface, if we look at the events, they take a description, they take arguments, and I think we actually have this. And can we go to source? Can we go to CFFI? And events are the client, I believe. Client, can we do event? Do we have event? Do you live in Lisp, maybe? Do we have proxy, we have display, event queue. So I do not think that these guys are actually defined like as things in the client itself. Ooh, hello, Kieran, welcome. But they must be like clearly defined somewhere. This is perhaps it is here maybe. Can you give me scanner? Can you give me scanner API? Can you give me interfaces? This is the guy that I think we are kind of looking for. Oh no, that's just a list of interfaces. Code generation. This might be it. Okay, here we go. All right, so these are our argument types, right? So this is one. This is like one of the things that these take args, you know. So they take these guys. So I'm thinking what we could do with this is we could probably can we defund Wayland arg p. Yeah, this will be it, and it'll just take any it'll take any type. It'll wait, t is I think reserved. That's, you can pass it as a parameter, but that can probably, I don't know, I feel like that will probably cause some sort of annoyance. So we'll just do v. So we'll have this guy, right, to test if it's an arg, and we have this here. This is for, what's it, like type specification. I think this is from this guy actually. Can we go here? Sarah PM Lisp. I think we have to type in Sarah PM Lisp to pop it up. So this is from this guy. Utilities Beyond Alexandria. I've come to fucking love this library. This is like, what my bread and butter, I guess. I don't know. Can we go to the reference? Where is reference? Where do you live? Reference.md. Yes, perfect. GR. Okay. Yeah, if we go here, right? We can see this guy. Yeah. So this is just a macro that expands into a declaim, which a declaim can be described as, can we go to declaim hyperspec. And this is where we get into like compiler hints. This is sort of what we've been doing. Like what I've been doing in my off time as well is looking into how the compiler, like how to work with the compiler. I think because this gives a lot of extra fun to have than I had known about before. Hello, Max Sylvester as well. Hello and welcome. So these are decorations, right? And we can use these to basically tell the compiler what we want, I think, or like what we expect, like what to expect, and we can encounter a type error or even a warning in that case. Whenever we don't get that, this is sort of like the case. So all of this does is this is like a so this is just a macro for the claim that's like a little bit less ugly. It uses like the Haskell, I think you would say like pseudo Haskell style like syntax for it. But they also have the, what do they call it? Def union, which this one is I think a bit more powerful because this one interacts with the compiler itself. Does this give you compile time errors? Is this still dynamic? It may only fail at runtime. It gives you better. It gives you better compile time errors. So we can actually. Can we pull this up? So the Common Lisp Cookbook. This is kind of like a really good resource more generally, but we are able to do compile time type checking. It's very much like it's not as powerful as like an actual like I don't know as you'd say like a statically typed language because we are still handling dynamic typing to some degree, but with kind of like a mix of this and constants, you can get somewhat close. You can get an approximation. You can get a safer approximation, I guess, is the best way to describe this. But yeah, like if you look here, you are able to actually like list this kind of like the claim, to kind of like specify the type that you're expecting for something, and then you will run into issues if you try and define like basically if you try and define that thing as like something outside of its type. This is kind of the idea behind it, I think. And then some like libraries, like if we look at this guy, if we look at this guy right here, this will actually give you compile time warnings. It won't error out, and it's not that strict, but it will give you warnings if you do not do something like exhaustive pattern matching. So I think what we could go ahead and do in this case actually is can we go to package.lisp? Can we go to scanner? Can we import def union? Let's see. Def union. Okay. And did you compile? Okay, you did good. Okay, good. Yeah, and the thing is like the compile time type checking for something like Lisp, it's not I would say it's better than other interpreted languages. It's better than like it's like Common Lisp, at least like the SBCL like implementation is like in a sense like a strongly typed language, but it's not like a statically typed language, and you get something a little bit better than you would with like most. I think one would say like interpreted languages, but it's not you will not get anything near like say like Rust or Haskell or like something like that. So I think we could actually describe this as a. Can we do def union? Wayland arg. Yeah, we'll call it that. And then we have the. We have this somewhere as well, like in the Lisp code. So if we go to source, I think you live in util. I think you live in I think you live here. You live somewhere in here. So that's signature. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Actually, wait. Actually, I think you quite literally live here. Hold on. Can we go to arg.lisp? Okay. Okay. This is it. This is it. So these are the names of our like argument types that like Wayland accepts. You know. And we can do something. We can do something like this. We can define like a union, right? And so we take int and uint, right? And we take fixed, string, object, new ID, array, and file descriptor. So these are our guys. These are our guys. So we can do. We'll probably want to prefix this so that we don't have massive problem with already existing types in the system. And what is the syntax for defining a union? So the name, the body, and variance. Okay. All right, variance. And I think that can we look at the source so that I don't cause 1 million error. Let's see. So it takes those and it creates a list of CTORs and types. Okay, so CTORs is the one we want to look at because it is the variants that are the lists. Okay, let's see. And then first CTORs. Okay, so I think that what we would want to define this as is something like this. We can say we'll probably have to prefix this with like something like Wayland int, and I mean this is just a type of int32. And the constructors are let's see. Where are you? All right, append units map car for CTORs. Okay. I think that I don't know. I think that we can do something like this. Well, actually, these are just kind of like, well, no, because we'd probably be providing like list like numbers for this, so we can probably define this guy as a. Actually, I think the whole I think this is kind of wacky. Now that yeah, we can do something like this instead. We don't have to use the def union. We can just do def type, and we can do we'll do something like that. Wayland arg name, and we will say that it would be anything that is a member of a list of. Can we do Wayland int? Can we do Wayland uint? And then let's see. Still like this a little bit. Can we put you down there? Oh, oops. Can we not indent everything? All right, thank you. And we'll resolve that in a second. So we have int, we have uint, we have the we have fixed, which is kind of like a custom type that exists in Wayland itself, which is we'll end up needing to redefine this, I think, to some degree, but I think we can do something like this. and then we have a Wayland string, and then Wayland array. And then let's see, Wayland FD. And then Wayland new ID, and then Wayland object. So these are the names of our arguments. And then let's see the actual types, because I know that we have that down there, but I wonder how close that is to like accurately reflecting if we go here. So the uints are pretty, like, I don't know. These are like pretty obvious. The fixed is a weird decimal guy. Strings must be, let's see, followed by UTF-8 encoded string content, including a terminating null byte. Then padding to a 32-bit boundary. A null value is represented with a length 0. Interior null bytes are not permitted. I think we can just use string for this, honestly. And then object is, because the string, I believe, is, if we go to can we close some tabs? Okay, so these are just the type specifiers are just passed in as like XML strings. Okay, perfect. Object, a 32-bit object ID. A null value represents an ID of 0. So I think this would also be, I believe it ends up being, like an int32 within like the system. If we go here, and if we go to tests, we can actually see this kind of as data, I believe. And can we go to small code .c? And can we actually go to the XML? Can we go to, can you give me tests? Can you give me data? Can you give me example.xml? And if we look up like type equals quote object, so like an error, and that error event is in the Wayland display. Okay, so this would expect something of, this would expect an object for its first argument, and then a uint and a string. So if we go here and we go into the tests again and look at the actual output code for that, I believe that this would end up being in the client code. Yeah, small client core.h. This is display. Can I oh, this is small. Oops. I need example. Okay, let's see. Example client.h. Okay. If we go here, if we just find I think we can probably hunt it down somewhere. Can we do Wayland display? What if we do error? All right, here we go. Here we go. Okay, so the object ID it looks like is a void pointer, and then so we would be taking a pointer as like that next, like as that argument, maybe. We're representing it with 0. So yeah, I think that it would end up being like, I think that like the integer expression of this would work. And let's see. Okay, so we have this, and we can def type that. And what's cool about doing a def type on that is we can then pass it as like pass it into something like this, right? Like pass it into a like argp kind of like sort of function. So if we create something like Wayland argp, we can do let's do Wayland, yeah, Wayland argp. So after that, this can take any type, so we can match on any type, but we know that we're going to get a Boolean back. And what's cool about this, oh, thank you for the follow, Gunwa underscore. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. What's really cool about this, I think, is that this will not only like, I guess like protect kind of like, or like help us kind of understand, you know, like what we're putting in and what we're putting out. It will also provide like some degree of optimization as well. And I think that really for this, all we would do is, since we defined the type up there, we could just do type P, and we can do V, and what are you called? What are you called? So that would kind of work, right? But the only issue is that this is like a Lisp form of it, so we do need a translator of sorts, I think. Which I know we were doing. Oops. Can I get that back? I know we were doing this in arg.lisp. So this is like a setter. We need a sort of like a reader, I guess. Here we go. Here we go. Let's see. And we could probably do this like I think what we could also do kind of like in this like same respect actually is if we, because currently, if you look, currently we're sticking the arguments in like this big guy, right? And I wonder, do we need all? Well, we actually do, because that's how the XML defines it. But what we can go ahead and do then is if we grab this and we pop it right here, right? And then we can do this. We can do the, so the accessor would still be, yeah, we'll still do argtype as the accessor, right? And we can do it in the form of nil. But in addition to this, what we can do is do like a type specification here, and we can specify it as being of the type like Wayland arg name. And then let's see, can I have you? Can I have you? And then where are we using this actually? And okay, yeah. So we have this, right? Where we are just basically like setting it to the type from the caddier of argtype I, which the I is just the attributes, and this is our argtype. Yeah, so we are just setting it to like one of these guys, right? So I think what we could do in this case is also define a, if we have this, we can define something kind of like this. Like if we defun, let's do, okay, this is kind of tricky. I know, okay, I know. So what we can probably do up here is do like a def method or def generic, and we can call this something like this, like C to Lisp, or C name to Lisp name. This is a bit more descriptive, and what this guy can go ahead and do is, if we add the documentation, we can say convert, convert a, I don't know, C name to a Lisp name. It does exactly that. Like, I don't know. This is hopefully, and do you explode? Oops. We are missing V. There. Okay. So we can define a generic like that. And then what we can do with that is we can go ahead and do a method on the Wayland arg name right here. So if we do something like this, def method, C name the Lisp name, and then we have what are you called? How do you do method? How do you method? If we go here, and if we go to util, I think the type comes second. I think that was how it occurs. Yes. Okay. Okay. The type comes second, so we can do something like this. We can do v Wayland arg. Well, no, because we'll be converting a string into this, I think. Ooh, this is, yeah, we'll do something like this. Maybe. Wait, okay, I know. So we have this guy, right? The archetype raw, right? This is kind of the case. And we have Wayland arg p down here. If we do something like this, because this isn't the name of the argument per se, this is the type. Right? But we can go ahead and define this not as a member of these guys, but we can instead define it as let's see. We can do something like this. We can do Wayland arg type p. Okay. This is how we'll do it. And we'll take a value, right? So in all cases, we do want the value to be a string, because if we're not passing a string to this, we've already fucked up. I think is kind of the case. So in all cases, we're going to go ahead and pass a string, and we want to return a Boolean. There we go. There we go. There we go. Okay. And how would we define this, right? If we look right here, we have our C representation. We have our C representation of the arguments. So what we would want to do is see if this thing is like satisfies kind of like the equality with any of these right here. And we have, so we have this guy, right? We have something like this guy. We have, what is it? What do you call it? You're not, can you give me, are you some? Yeah, some. Okay. And if we do something like this, right? Let's see. Lambda x, string equal. Can we do the lambda x y for the case of? Actually, we'll just put a dummy string in right here. String equal x and where do you live? Where do you live? If we go here to arg.lisp, let's see one that would work. All right, new ID. We probably want to ensure that like they're in the same we can go ahead and downcase all of these, right? Oh, you don't live there. You would live here. So I think for this, what we would want to do is something like string equals and then string downcase. And that's just in case we get like somewhere in the parsing we get like a twisted and evil, like a twisted and evil version. And then let's say that we have like a list. Can we just do int what do you call it? Uint string? No, not string, please. Yes, thank you. And we'll do new ID. So yeah, we get true on that, right? We can also do, like, let's say we got past meow. You know, we get nil. So we can do something like this, I think. And then let's see. We have to go back to the base. I'll probably move some of these around because I think this is going to get really big otherwise as a file. And I kind of like keeping, I don't know, I like smaller files. This is sort of my preference. Yeah, we could do something like this guy, right? But if we go ahead and, can we def constant? We can do Wayland arg name let's call this C, right? Let's go ahead and call this C. Right, C arg name. And we will define this as a list that has any of the guys in it, right? Int uint fixed string object new ID array and fd. String new ID and then what were the others? Object. All right. we'll do object and array and FD. And I think these are all the guys that we need here. So yeah, we can do something like that, right? And then we can do some lambda, yeah, lambda x. Let's see, string equal, and then we'll go ahead and downcase both of these guys. What is in string downcase? I think this is the destructive one, right? This is, yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the destructive guy. You know, this is kind of the case. I think in string that, you know, similar to some of the other like name definitions. So string downcase x, string downcase v. So this is our check, and then since we have this, we can just pass c. Let's see, arg name. All right. I think that can kind of give us what we need there, right? And can we go to sly REPL? Okay, okay. Let's get this guy out of here. Let's rename this actually. Let's do what would one call this? Let's call it Lispify, because I had a Lispify name type guy before. So we'll call this one Lispify. And then can we explode you into a million pieces? So we have a Lispify, and we have our constant, and then we have this, which will can we comment all of this out just so it does not yell at me? Thank you. It's probably still going to yell at me because it's going to say redefining constant. Yes, continue. Go ahead. I don't know. I think there exists a what do they call this? What will they call this in here? This exists as a utility in here, I think, too. Defcons. That, yes, this is what they call this guy. So this exists kind of as a utility for a like lexical constant thing, but I think, I don't know. I kind of don't want to rely on this as too much, because I don't know. It's easy to just press continue. I guess is the way to describe it. There's probably a way to disable the debugger there. I don't know. You know, we carry on, I think, but we have this guy now, right? If we actually describe this is where it's kind of cool. So if we describe this, we have our declared and derived types, you know, for this function now, and it is kind of like the compiler now will expect a string in all cases, which is nice. And then again, this up here is just a nicer version of writing. I think it's something like declaim f type, and then you have to do I don't know, function name, you know, et cetera, et cetera. It's just a nicer way. It's shorter. It's more, I guess, it's more concise, and therefore less annoying. So it's nothing really special. It's just a macro in that sense. I think even if we macro expand this, can we actually grab this and macro expand it, just to see what we get? Macro expand 1, and then there. Yeah, that's literally all it does. Okay, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Okay. And let's see. So can we go ahead and check, like, can we check a guy? Wayland arg type P, and then um is meow? No. Nope. And then what's nice about kind of like doing it like this is if we type in a one, or we're gonna get a type error, which is pretty nice, I think. And I think you can even nest this. So like if we defun, can we defun meow? And then we can do something like arg type P1. So like if you're sending constants over, you're gonna get, yeah, you're gonna get fussed at. I think I quite like this. So anyway, that was I that was I think that was sort of my this is cool. That was my this makes me excited sort of like spiel. I think, and less of the actual like writing it out and more of the I don't know. It makes me. What do they say? It makes me kick my feet and giggle or something like that. This is how they kind of describe it. I'm comfy. Oh, rest well. I think this is a sleeping thing. I thought it meant comfy, but if this is sleep, rest well. Can we do can we do source? Can we do scanner? And can we go back to here? Can we go back to here? And then I think what we want is something like this, right? Okay. I think what can we do? So this is defined as a constant, right? If we actually do a def type, and we define it as a like a type as well, we can do something like this. We can do this and then member and will this yell at me? Will this yell? I don't think it yelled. Yeah. Okay. So if we define a type like this, right? We can then do a method. We can then run a method on it basically, which is exciting. Actually, we don't need to do a member like that. We can do something like more like this, because we can do. And I think that if we do member, we're going to miss our like upcasing and downcasing. So we can do something like def type Wayland arg name, and what we can describe this as is it can be a type that satisfies the predicate here, the Wayland arg p predicate. So if we define it like that, we then have a type that we can go ahead and run Lispify on, which is where it gets exciting, I think. So def method, can we do def method? What do you Lispify? And we're going to do this for a Wayland arg name. And then what exactly would we need to do to turn this into a Lisp name is the question. So we have in arg, if we look here, here you are. Okay. So this is sort of like our, I guess you would say, like representation of this, right? In Lisp style. Or this is our type setter. Oh wait, yeah, we're not doing arg name, we're doing arg type. Oops. Okay. I got I got a little I got a little too I think overexcited in the whole process. Alright, C arg type. There we go. And then we can redefine you here as well. So that kind of unfucks us a little bit. And then we would need to type. Alright, so I think on this, we could do like, kind of like a case of sorts, you know? But what do we want to do? Let's see. So that's our type. To lispify one, I think we already know that we're getting like an argument type of some sort. So what we want to go ahead and then do is probably first like let let's call this v down case, you know, because this is our like argument down case. And then let's see, string down case v, and we kind of want to do the same guy on I think that's the only one that we actually need is this one, because we're only going to be checking this guy against these guys, which would actually as well right here mean that we don't need to downcase this because we're working with a constant, which is, you know, which is rather appreciable, I guess, because then that's a little bit less to do right there. Let's see. So how do we want to do this? Right now we're doing kind of like a train of like string equals, but I think that what we can do is if we go to the hyperspec, all right, can we find in the can we go to the index? I think that what we want is case, you know. Do you live here? You do live here. Okay. Case. No normal clause matches it, or a correctable error of type error is signaled. Non-correctable error, let's see. So we do want to do like just an otherwise clause on this, right? Well, it automatically returns nil, so I think we can go ahead and take that as well. Well, we shouldn't. We actually should never get to otherwise, now that I think about it, given that we've already satisfied like the predicate. So let's see. How do you do this guy? How do you do this guy? So this is kind of, I don't think that this is what we want. Let's see. You know what we can probably do? We can probably do a what will we do on this? So we could do something like this. We could do something like car remove. Yeah, remove if not. And then can we go to slide right here? So how does this work? If we do something like this, remove if not, let's see. On the X, string equal, and then if we have our first guys is just the C archetype, right? C archetype, and then let's give it one that will work int. Oh wait, we want to apply that to here. And then we also need this. So we could do something like this, right? Remove if not lambda x. Well, actually, because we want to convert these into this. Let's see. What's a less ugly way to do this? I think is the issue. This is sort of the problem I'm running into. I think. I don't know. I suppose that we can do a sort of like, what do they call this? We can do something like this. We can do something like, So we're going to take a, what we're going to end up doing is taking kind of like the C variant of this, and we want to convert it into one of these guys. And then where is this actually used? Can we go to archetype set? Because it seems like it's mostly used here for setting the type. And then what do we do with the type is the question. You see, it kind of passes into the style guy, which is kind of, it's a weird way of doing it, I feel like. And then why are we doing it like that is kind of the real question. I don't know who wrote this. And then I'm like, oh, it is I that wrote this. Okay. Let's see. But ultimately, we're still using this, right? We're still using this. And then object. Let's see. Object. Yeah, we're still using this guy. So if we... I think what's interesting here is it looks like we're... So, okay, these are the actual guys that we want to look at, right? So if we define like another constant right here, so def constant, and we can do it like this style. Let's see. We want pointer, right? We want int32, and we want uint32. And then what else are we doing? We have the Wayland fixed t type, and then string. And can I actually have you go right here? And then can I have what happens if we describe? Describe. No values. That's beautiful. So where are you? You're from the utility. I wonder why I did not document this. Okay. Okay, that's error. Okay, but it is from utilities, so let's see. Source, and then can we go to list util, and then so it's a CFFI def type for int32. So if we do something like this, then if we do like type p, can we just do like something like 6.7, and then Wayland fixed unknown type specifier. Okay, so we're not actually doing that. So can we also just do like a normal def type of sorts? What does the CFFI def type do? So it takes a name and it takes a base type, and then it takes documentation. If we go here to what do you call it? CFFI manual. Let's see. All right, here we go. And then let's see. Def C type. All right, this is what we need to look at just to make sure that we won't have any sort of like horrible fucked upness. Let's see. Mechanism similar to strings type def to define new types. The new type inherits a base type translators, if any. So let's see. Define foreign type. Oh, this is how we could use eCase though, honestly. Let's look at this. So the macro define foreign type defines a new class name. It is a thin wrapper around def class. Along with other things, it ensures that class name becomes a subclass of foreign type. So this is for, I think, a bit more advanced for like if we need yeah, let's see. Inherits base types translators. Okay, so it inherits the translators for the base type, but it is not the base type itself, I think. So it does not define like a type itself. So I think for something like this, we could just kind of say, let's see. Yeah, if we do something like this, def type Wayland fix T, something like this, and then type P, and then what do you call it? Int what is the how? Okay, so you can define integers, I think, with a sort of like better specification. Let's see. Describe integer. Okay, so you can describe, or you can provide a low and a high. Okay. So if we do something like this, def type, or let's see. And I think that you just provide the number there. Is this the case? Can we go back? Can we return to the hyperspec really quick? Where do you live? Where do you live? Can we close this? All right. I think we can go ahead and hyperspec common Lisp integer. All right, hyperspec common Lisp integer. Okay, this is going to give us the. Will this give us the guy? Will this give us the? This is not the guy that we need. We need this one. No, we do not need, we need the index. We need the, um, is there not a page for integer? Integer, okay. Here we go. So what happens if we describe, like, from CFFI the int32? Or maybe we can do, yeah, just this guy. Int32. Can we have, I don't think we have kind of like a actual like base like int32 guy. So I think that with this, let's see. util.lisp, and then I think with the with this we can do the let's see. Upper and lower limit. The symbol star. Okay. All right, let's see. Fix them. Because I wonder if they supply it to us. And 32. Can we do common Lisp? Can we do this? Can we do is this so that is the actual so this guy does exist, I think. Is this a guy? Oh, I think that's just a ListWorks guy. Okay, that's kind of sad. That's kind of sad, but that's kind of cool too. So I think if we go to this, I don't know. This is I think a bit of a red herring as well. I think we can probably get away with the def C type being an alias to int32. Because it seems like it works here as well. Like if we look at this Wayland fixed to double, and we have that declare there. Let's see. So convert from foreign is the guy that we'd be looking at. Actually, so type of CFI convert from foreign, and then what do we want? We want probably something like 6.7, and then Wayland fixed T. Oh, that actually gives it to us. Okay. Which we can actually use that to... Yeah, wait. Um, so we can do something like Wayland fix TP. Okay. And then V. And then this would just be type P. And then what would you be called? Oh, I forgot to defund it. Oops. It's like, why does it look weird? Okay, type P, and then let's see. We want to call this the we'll just call this Wayland fixed, okay? And this will be the type of and this will give us some sort of strictness, right? CFFI convert from foreign, and then can we give a just sort of like a test number? Can we just do 1? I think that should work. Like if we do something like this, so we get that with 6.7. If we do 1, we get bit. Okay. So we can't do 1 actually. Perhaps. What's the descriptor of bit? Return a bit from the bit array of subscripts. Okay. And what if we do 40,000? Yeah. Okay. So we do get something consistent. We'll go ahead and put 6.7 right here. I guess maybe. This seems okay. And then let's see. Type P, and then we call this guy V. And then we don't want to quote that. If we do something like this, we can go ahead and say something like satisfies and then does that do we die? Do we die if we go ahead and load this? We do. Oh, I forgot to let. Okay. Sign byte 32 as a 32-bit integer. Yeah, I was thinking about like defining it like that, but I think I don't know. With the FFI, I feel some degree of like I think minor hesitation without going through the FFI for it because it's kind of hell to debug. But like if we look at the C representation of like an int32, I think, but like int32, can we do int32 computer? It should be more or less the same guy and all. I don't know. There should be, I don't know, the same number of, what are they? The same number of bits and pieces, I guess. Like a word, yeah. So 0 from, I think that's the same number that we get in the REPL, right? Or no, it's not. It just starts with a 4 as well. But yeah, I think that working with the FFI, because they do provide us that int32 type, I believe. If we go to like the CFFI manual, I think this is a guy. If we get it all on entirely one web page, we can do int. Yeah, here we go. So we do get these as the foreign types. For convenience, debuff types are provided as shortcuts for unsigned char, unsigned short, unsigned end, blah blah blah. And then these guys are oh, here we go. These types to the native C integer types, according to ABI of Common Lisp host system. C. When those types are not available, the symbol CFFI sys no long long is pushed in the features. Oh, okay, that's interesting. Yeah, they give us this guy right here. I believe that this is able to provide us like a nice little, I don't know, a nice way to, I think, know that we're conforming to what it is that CFFI is looking for. Which I think is mostly what I worry about. I think because this thing is hell to try and fix if it starts going, I don't know, horribly wrong. No warnings? Okay, beautiful. And then let's see. If we do something like type of, let's see, can we do type P, and then if we do something like this guy, if we do, can we do like 333? This seems about right. Okay. So that's all. I think that kind of solves that. Can we get REPL down here, and can we get base down here? Okay, okay. So we have a Wayland fixed T type, and then we have pointers, and then this is really just a translation for this guy. So it is probably not entirely necessary, but it's nice to be able to specify it as something different, which we probably want to do. I think this is a thing that is probably necessary to some degree with some of the others. This is so that we are like we have like a clearly defined, I guess, like type for the some of the other members. But I think that I also think we might be fine. Is the other thing I kind of think. So we have this. If we go into arg.list, right? We're representing this as an object, which I believe is also, if we go to util.lisp, defc type, or let's just do defc type. Yeah, so we're doing something similar with these guys, right? We're doing something similar to these with these guys as well. Which I think for this, we can do new ID, and we can do, what is the other one? Object, okay. And these are pointers. I think, okay. I think with these, we'll probably work on kind of like, we'll probably put, I'll go ahead and put like a little bit of like a to-do right here. And then we'll just say like, I don't know, clarify, or like clarify translation, translation for new ID and object. Okay, this seems about right. If we go back to arg here, if we go back here, I think what we can do in this case now is something like case. Like we can do a case macro on v down case, right? And this should match with, if we go back to the hyperspec and we look at, why are they doing it here? So case, or e-case, I believe. Let's see, e-case. Yeah, let's see. So this is kind of like a definer, for example. So, I think we're able to use something like case on this. Can we go to hyperspec again? Yeah, hyperspec common Lisp. Okay. Here we go. Hyperspec common Lisp. All right. Can we get case? Can I have the guy's info? Give me his name and number and additional contact information. Here we go. Let's see. So I think that for something like this, we can actually just maybe match it against the string. Probably better to do like a string to symbol. Can we do that? Can we do that without interning? I think is kind of the question. I don't know if we can. And yeah, it does that. It does that whenever we, or if we try to, it gives us this sort of guy. So I think we can do something like, maybe make symbol. Make symbol meow. Let's see. Okay. No. There's a guy that does this, but I cannot remember which one it is. I wonder if we can match on strings, actually. Let's see. Case, if no normal clause matches, there is an otherwise clause. I think, there's a library that might actually make this. Well, let's go ahead and just try it with this, and if all else fails, you know, we will find the other solutions. This might be a little, this may be somewhat perhaps thinking a little too ahead of time in that regard. So we want to match on the various types we can get. And then where were they? So if we go to arg.lisp again, and we check out these guys. Yeah, this is the one we want. We do something like this, and 32, and then this will return a this can go ahead and return this type guy. I think in this case we do need strings for all of these because this is kind of going to be the or we should be able to return this as a like as this guy, and then we can turn that to a string. Do we have an easy way to do that? String. So it gives it to us like that, which is not what we want. Okay. I think similarly, like we have oh, we do have this from, it looks like Alexandria. So we have to do that for okay, so if we're doing it that style, can we go okay. I think the question is just how do we want to represent this, you know, because we have, if we look at arg.list right here, I think the difficulty is that, like, we seem to have two different fields for this guy, and we can easily at least whittle this part down to one. I think we'll do this, and then we can keyword it after. Yeah, this is probably the way to do it. Because if you look down here, I'm pretty sure that this guy, the setter, is only used, and it's not used in the actual, like, the writing. So in all cases, we are writing this guy out. Okay, okay. Okay, so we are kind of always doing it keyword style. So we should be able to do, actually, to make that a little less evil looking, can we do int32, and then who are the other guys? Who are you? Who are you? Let's see. We have uint32. Or no, these are uint and int32. Okay, so int uint, which means these guys. Yeah, okay. And we decided that this would be a uint32. Okay, okay, there, perfect. And then I think we do need, yeah, we just need a single set of parentheses around each case, I think. So we do fixed, can we pull up on the Wayland proper what they're looking for? All right, fixed, and this ends up just being a Wayland fixed t, and then string, and we have array, or array pointer, oops, array, and then pointer, and then a new ID will be a new ID, object. Oh, this is like JavaScript now. We have object. Let's see, object. Okay. So I think that in all of these cases, yeah, I think that this should get us there, for that guy at least. It gets us an error Continue. Please continue. Um, ooh, okay. No class name. Ah, so we cannot specify a method on. Oh, we can't specify a method on, what are they? What are they? Types. Okay. That's kind of sad. I feel like I feel like this should be hello Konosuba Life. Why common Lisp over closure? I like it more. Is the main thing I think. I don't know. I have no qualms. I think against closure. I do actually like if we look at can we just pull up an extra guy right here and then we go to um, where do you have documents? Which one of these do we want? I think we want. So I've done a little bit of closure here. Kind of working on closure script lately as well, but primarily the main thing is just that like I don't know. I kind of like that was directory. Oops. Can we go to site? I don't know. I like common list. That's basically I think the short way around it. I do like both, but for this, oh, it is going to take forever to load. But yeah, I don't know. I like closure as well, but I think especially for like something like FFI, I don't know. I love SBCL. That's basically it. That's basically it. I guess. It's great. It's kind of sick. I think we can def class this too. Like we'll actually cross that bridge when we get there. There is a I wouldn't say there's a guy that dispatches on types, but I think we could easily do something like lispify argtype for now, and then we can go ahead and just resolve that issue later. I think because I know that there are argument type dispatch type libraries out there, but I don't really want to use that in this. I think unless I write my own that's small and not necessarily evil, or evil is probably the wrong word, but can we do lispify archetype? Plus, I think if we have like a couple of these smaller guys that are operating on the non-classes and have their own special names, I don't know. This seems like an acceptable. This seems like an acceptable thing to do. V is defined but never used. One error warning. Okay, so we did fuck up the. We did fuck up the Oh, oops. Okay, there we go. There we go. And then we redo this. Let's see. Oh, oops, we're returning a string. Okay. Are you going to yell at me any further? I think we're good like that. Yeah, and then if we do something like lispify. Yeah, lispify archetype. If we go this style and we put that there. Else I forget it. Yeah, lispify archetype. If we do something like this. What is, yeah, let's just go int. Alright, so that was fucked up. Let's see. I think we would end up needing to use string equal there. They should have like a string case. Unless we do... Wait, we can do that. We can do that. Can we do VK word, and then we can do something like this. What do you call it? Alexandria make keyword. And this will probably give us better matching. Can we replace all of you guys with these? And can we replace all of these guys with that, 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 and that? Oh. Word. Okay. Okay. Now what happens if we pass this in? Alright, beautiful. Okay, it low-key kind of freaking works. It low-key kind of works. That's pretty sick. Alright, let's see. So if we have that for the, like writing the list parameters for the argument type, what other guys will we have to kind of like make less evil in here? So we have, we kind of have this classic version, and we can easily get rid of the, what is it, the stored arg type raw, I think is what it is stored as currently, which is kind of, I don't know, we can get rid of that guy, right? And then we're just dealing with a few different of these. And then interface is the interface is a child too. So I think if we go to the XML format, can they just give us sort of the, do they give us just the XML here? I don't think they do, not here at least. Because I think the question is, why are we storing the interface type? I don't know. I wish the documentation on this was a little less bad. I think this is how I think of it. I don't know. It is fantastic, but it is Doxygen. Yeah, it's literally Doxygen. Okay. Where are you? Test. Okay. Are we doing let's see. I think we want to go to something like the example.xml here, and we want to go ahead. So we are doing the interface as like string guy as well. Okay. And those do end up needing to be in there. I guess you would say like those do end up needing to be in like their, what is that? C version. Or do they need to be? I don't think so. Can we look at the, can we go to our tests? Yeah, can we go to our tests? Can we go to data, and can we go to client, small client.lisp? example client.list. This is probably the guy we want to look at. Because I don't think that we actually have to mess with this part. If we look at Wayland regist, or yeah. Instead we have Wayland registry. So we are doing well on that part. Once we're done with the C, we don't have to deal with it again. That's exciting. At least not for this. I think for the, what is it, private, small private, so we do have to do it for this. But I think for something like this, we can just define a simple, like, I guess you'd say lispification method for it, where we actually already have this in the scanner reader. Can we get old? Yeah, we kind of have this already. The lispified name, which is kind of not the best name for this, but I don't know. It is a name. It is a name. Can we go here? And can we? So that's our type. That's our type. Can we go to arg.lisp again? And can we take a look at this? So this is something that we don't really even need anymore. And that also kind of gets rid of some of like the, I guess you would say, bad versions of some of these other guys. I think it would be the best way to describe this. Some of the bad versions of these. Because like all of this is doing is appending a space to the argument name, for example. And all this is doing is prepending a space. And it's kind of weird. But like, instead what we have is this guy now that can probably be passed over to some other generic like space guy, but we will worry about that. I think we'll go ahead and worry about that probably with at another time. I guess like whenever we're working on like rewriting the actual writing interface. But this part's pretty good to go. We might want to move these into... Yeah, I think we're going to go ahead and move these into, like, their own little arg.lisp in here. And we can grab this. We can grab this. Hold on. Why... Oh, I was pressing the wrong key. Okay. I had my hand or my finger on the wrong key, and I was like, oh, where's the switch to the next buffer? Okay, here we go. So we have something like this as a redefinition for the argument type getter. And then I think what we can go ahead and do next is, what else are we looking at? We are looking at the name, of course. The name, I think, is quite literally just the name that we get. Like if we look here, yeah, all we're doing is doing a lispification of the name of the object. I think, I don't know. This is a list of attributes. And I think that for this we want to look at, what is it, XMLS really quick to see how, actually we have it in here. So if we do something like, I think we have this in the top level reader, reader.lisp. Yeah, we've already kind of begun to do this guy as this one. So parse XML, and then do we have a we have tests, data, and then we have XML, and then we have small. And do they give us args? They do. So something like, can we actually do a path name? How do you do this? This guy. Or do this. Tests, data, small.xml. And the attributes are, it looks like an A-list, or, yeah, this looks like it might be an A-list. Actually, no, not an A-list. Yeah, there's no dot. Okay, that's kind of weird. That's a weird format to do the arguments in. So args. So what happens if we look at, for example, the, all right, so if we look at the request node, okay, this looks like a good one, arq2, yeah, name, arg. So we have various arg nodes, okay. So that's how we're gonna probably try and get these guys moving forward. Is with arg. So with something like this, we would end up getting the name from it. Just to grab the arg name, which, how do we do that here? So they give us a guy for that already. And for this we have the name, arg, and then the actual argument attributes. Okay, there we go. Yeah. So we are dealing with a two-parter, it looks like. Oh, so we might be stuck in kind of this fucked up, like, way of defining it. Let's see. But we should be able to pass the... I'm going to grab this really quick. I'm going to maybe put this down as like a comment, I think, right here. Just to see how we are kind of doing these guys. Okay, perfect. So we're kind of doing it this style. We'll get the attributes of an arg, and yeah, that's just kind of the only part of it that we need to worry about. And the attribute is going to come in this form. So I think for the sake of something like this, if we go to arg.lisp, we have that in the back of our minds. We've handled kind of this guy right here. Yeah, we've handled this guy right here. So now we need to do arg knowable set. So something like defun. And then what is the nullability of an argument here? Can we have do you tell me null? You do not? You do not? And do you tell me Wayland argument. This might be what we're looking for. Okay. So that's our Wayland message and Wayland interface. I did see wire format. It did not give me what I wanted. Nullable. The signature is an ordered list of symbols representing the data type of the message. Show you protocol version. Nullability. Okay. So the see. And then the following one is nullable. Okay. So I think nullability is just tested with true/false as well in the sky. If we look at like true. Okay, allow null equals true. This is what they are calling it. This is what they are calling it. So we could do something like this. Arg allow null p and then v, and then we want to, I don't know, we can quite literally just grab this guy. So string equals can we do let the what are you, string can we do v up vup? Okay, there we go. V string up case of v. Okay, and then really this is just kind of true t and then no. Okay. And we kind of want to let this guy also have a, I mean, it's string and boolean. And then arg allow null p. And we'll take a boolean. Okay, beautiful. Okay, hell yeah. And we can get to the parser. We'll probably skip the parsing portion for right now and kind of work on that with the other actual like parser parts, or like that, or kind of like the big parser guys. And then we can do something like, we can probably also define a constant similar to this guy. So, and this will probably help kind of like revise, I guess, or kind of like help, not revise, but probably ensure, like, it'll, I think in theory, it would make things go, or like go by a little bit, like, or like run a little bit better. Optimize, I guess, is the word I am searching for. And we'll do allow null. Okay. And then we only want two of these guys, right? That's true and false. You know, these are the ones we want. And then if we define that as a constant right there, and then we do this. That's a little too close. So I think that we'll call this nullable. And then if we do this, and then we can go ahead and with this, similarly to what we did up there, let's grab this guy and let's pop him right here. Let's pop him right here. And then I think if we grab you and we put you up here. Okay, okay. And we put right here. All right. And then we, since we're doing that, we can grab this. Okay. And then what happens, well, then we don't have to define like a V up of any sort. And we can just use the V itself and realize as well that I forgot to put the V right there. All right. And then we can get, it can yell at us a little bit more. But we should be, as they say, cooking now. And then what do they call this? What do they call this? We want to redefine this as knowable P. Wayland arg, or arg knowable P. Yes. Okay. Oops. And if we do something like, oh, forgot to put this to false. Okay, false. And then I think what we can go ahead and do then is test this arg knowable P, and then nil. If we do meow, do we get error? We do not get error. Okay. Oh, okay. Here we go. Wayland arg allow null. Now we get error. Okay. And it's kind of nice because we can run, like, we'll run into errors pretty quickly this way, I think, versus, like, encountering them way too far down in the XML. And we can probably even simplify this a little bit further, just so it's doing less work. Since we're only accepting one of these two strings, we sort of implicitly know that it's going to be equal to either true or false. Yeah, because we get error there. But if we do something like true, do we get true? If we do something like false, yep. Okay, okay, that's exciting. I'm going to run around in circles a little bit, as they say, and drink a big old thing of water. I don't know. This is, if you've been hanging out this whole time and you have not run around in circles, you know it's imperative to do so right now. It is just wriggle about on the floor, worm out, as they say. This is sort of what we're going to do. We're going to worm out a little bit for some number of minutes, undetermined. Also, I think I have to take my dog out, so it'll probably be it'll be a somewhat undetermined number of minutes. But in the meantime, I'm going to put on the Scribblenauts Unlimited soundtrack, I guess. Here we go. But yeah, worm out. Okay. Oh, why is my mic all the way down here? Um. Hold on. How do I? Cut the music. Okay. Okay. We are so back. Where is? Okay. Here. Okay. Um. Yeah. I think. Cause where are we in the? We got started a little bit late, but it is. Yeah. We can probably go on. I think probably for we can finish this out as they say to the next to the final, what is it, like half hour or so. And I like trying to go to 5 p.m. my time, or 1700, I guess, in military time, as they call it. Hi, niche penguin. Hi, yes, hi. Um, I was trying to think of like, uh, okay, this is gonna be in my head. Uh, this is going to kill me. I think because I keep trying to think. Do these exist? Like, if we look up common, I don't, or can we just look up Lisp programming, valentines, what, I don't know, what do you call these? What do you call these? If we look up this, do we get anything? Does this exist? Oh, they have. These kind of don't exist. Cards. These are what I'm thinking of. Cards. I was like, what is the word? What are the things? Lisp programming greeting cards. It's on Redbubble though. This is probably going to give me 1 million ads if I had to guess. We'll do it anyway. This is not too bad. These are kind of horrible. These kind of suck. Oh, that's just literally lips. Okay. Yeah. Uh, these are kind of horrible. This is just bad. Yeah. I regret. I kind of regret everything. I think about looking at this. I was like, it's got to. Um, what? Uh, the Soviet nuclear launch codes are parens. Oh, I don't get it. I don't get it, but perhaps I don't need to. I don't know. These are horrible. I this is the what is it? This is the trap of idealism. I think. I have launched Emacs for the first time. I sort of updated Oomphy OS, and now it has Emacs. Oh, um, uh, this is exciting. That you've launched Emacs for the first time. Good good luck having. I don't. I Okay. I was hold on. I have to discuss this a bit. This is kind of because I think about this a little bit. Can we go here? Um, can we go here? Like, I want to. I just want to ask, like, for other Emacs users, like, oh, oops, how did I do this? Okay, Markdown moment, I think. It's more of an, you can do that in the Markdown on Emacs. Okay, that's kind of sick. Like, sometimes, like, this is kind of it. Sometimes, I don't know. How do I say this? Sometimes, I don't know. Uh, like, like, like something like this. Like, sometimes, like, I low key, like, I think regret is too strong of a word, but like, I don't know. Regret is not the right word. Maybe like feel. I don't know. Feel like switching to Emacs. uh, what would you say? What would you say? I guess like I guess yeah. Basically, switching to Emacs made me incapable of programming. I don't know, in like a normal, or we'll put quotes around this because I don't know, and quotes like a and quote like a normal editor. I, this is sort of um, before this. I used Vim for like a little bit, and then prior to that, I had used VS Code. Um, I didn't use VS Code very much because I found it hard to use. But like, I'm forgetting about. So what was it? This guy. This was the guy I had used. This was the guy I had used the most amount of time, I think. Prior to Emacs, at least. I've now my Emacs use has surpassed this. My Vim use was somewhat brief. This was maybe like a year. But like this guy, they call it code um, blocks blocks. This guy. So this was I used Windows for some number of years, um, and I was doing just C programming, and I wound up using this guy a lot. I kind of love this guy. It's a very I don't know. It's very comfy, you know. But like I used this for quite some time because I could not. I had tried to use VS Code because you look up how do I write a program, and then they say install VS Code. They put this like right there in the big text, but I could not. I was too green of a programmer to figure out how to get like C code to compile in VS Code on Windows, and then I had this issue, and then everyone was like, just use code blocks. And I'm like, okay. So I just used this, and I kind of liked it quite a bit. Um, and I don't know. It was nice. They're using raw for Lua GC is nuking stuff after some time of uptime, which makes it so you can't lock OS forever. Oh, that's kind of cool. Wait, that's a cool like security component. Maybe not intentional. Uh, let's see. I'd start with C++ if the book told me how to run it because it did not explain. Yeah, I knew it was Eclipse, not counting Pascal at school. Um, yeah, I think because they use this guy, or this was the guy I was kind of working with, and I could not get this to play nice with Windows. I don't, or no, with what is it, VS Code. Like I couldn't get these two play nice with each other, and this is sort of how this is kind of how I ended up on I think Linux as well. Just more generally is eventually I got like there was a moment I kind of threw my hands in the air, and was like I do not want to like battle it with this anymore, and I was just like, and I also kind of don't like Windows because they started putting ads in the taskbar. This is like I know what my computer there'd be an advertisement in the taskbar. I'd be like, what the hell? Like things like this. And I was like, this is kind of bad. I kind of hate this, and I think a mix of trying to use MinGW with like that occurring, and then I think the other thing was installing them. This was sort of like that was I think the nail in the coffin was this guy. What do they call it? This guy. I think this is what you call yeah, yeah, this like this guy. This was kind of the nail in the coffin for me, I think, with Windows, and I ended up I ended up just being like I don't know WSL also. Yeah, and so I was aware of WSL, but like I think it was just sort of like and I don't know. I didn't have like a reason to stay on Windows is how it kind of felt. I didn't use WSL. Or I didn't ever actually use WSL now that I think about it. But like this was sort of like the nail in the coffin for me. I think was because I had this by this point I had started to get more. I think um, okay, so this is kind of like here. This is kind of like the kind of like I don't remember if I've or like to what detail I've discussed this before, but like I guess we would say this like um, what do they call this? Something like programming journey, and then there is I think this began around 2021. I think is sort of like where this kind of all began, and it was just kind of like hmm uh, today I will try to what do they call it? They call it this guy. What uh, Deep Dream? Is this it? Is this it? Yeah, yeah. I was very okay. So this is kind of cursed retrospectively now that I think about it. Oh, hello, Party Cat. LOL. Hello. Hi. Hi. Hello. So this is kind of cursed now that I think about it. Like, given this that we live in a society now, but you had kind of this guy, right? And then you had what is it? What is it? Try to I don't know. Like I would try to figure out how image generation works, and this was kind of like this was kind of clueless. This was this was me not understanding that this is kind of like complex. I think, and yeah, this was sort of like what like this was like the hook for me. I think is just I wonder how they do this. And I ended up I think at some point like I had a very kind of like accursed like setup where I was basically connected to like some Google Drive, right? That had a like someone had I think it was literally like just someone's like server that had like PyTorch on it, and I was trying to like figure like I was reading it like I was reading like some of the files trying to figure out how it was working. I can't quite remember. Um, so this was like 2021 ish, and then sort of like yeah, I don't tried to learn Python, had I don't know no clue what like what the fuck I was doing. Like this was kind of it. Like I tried to learn Python. I did not know what I was doing. And and I ended up sort of like um because I don't know. So like Python very much. Like I this is maybe just how my brain works. But like Python felt like a very kind of like poor place because this is or poor place to like start. We sort of have like prehistory as well. Actually, now that I think about it, and the prehistory was like did I don't know some Roblox like Lewis stuff uh, when I was I don't know like 12. Yeah, like some very minor like Roblox Lewis stuff. Like I don't know. I can't quite remember what I did. I don't think I knew what I was doing. I was just kind of copying and pasting like parts of it, and then like trying to get it to work. I didn't have like a lot of. I guess I didn't have like a. I didn't have a place. Or I don't know. I didn't know what I was doing. It was kind of wacky, but like yeah, Python. Python is kind of like so. Like I tried to learn Python. I didn't know what I was doing, and this is sort of maybe this is the just how my brain works, right? Um, I don't I didn't think Python felt like a very good like first programming language, I guess, because it did a little too much. I don't know. Like in Python, you just type stuff in and then stuff comes out and you're kind of good to go, I think. And I was just like, I don't really know what I'm doing. I had a book. I had some sort of Python book and it was like, here's how you do this. And I'm like, okay. And that was kind of the extent of it. So then kind of like that led to try to learn C, so I don't know, I could know what I was doing, and this was also clueless. And then I don't know, this kind of happened, right? I think I think it was 2023, I think, or like late 2022, sometime around here, late 2020 or 2022 slash early 2023. Uh, this was kind of uh, let's see, at the what would we call this? We would call this the like I don't know, I don't know. We'll just say ads in the taskbar. And this was kind of it. This was kind of it. Plus I also got like a new laptop at that time, which was quite nice. Because before that I had like a very cursed laptop that is now a server, I think. And I don't know. I don't know how it's still alive. I don't know. It's very it's a server now. It heats up the staircase. But yeah, this sort of happened, right? This sort of happened. Like this happened, and then this kind of led to, you know, today I will install. What was it? What was it? Yeah, I will install like Linux, right? And this was sort of I didn't know much about Linux, so like I was just taking a recommendation from I ended up looking because I was like if I'm going to I don't know I was like if I'm going to like install Linux I kind of want to know like how I'm going to do it, I guess. um I don't know, like I was like I kind of I would like to because I had tried Mint in the past and I don't know, I found it a little too vexing, you know. I found it a little too vexing. I ended up doing like Arch Linux. I think this was what I settled on, you know. And again, like you know, this was like a clueless scenario. And this is where it got funny because 3 day install. Uh, this was kind of it. It was like a 3 day install, and the reason the reason was Wi-Fi. You know, um, the reason was Wi-Fi. But okay, and this is where it gets I think kind of funny. Like I could not. They have the command like you you know this guy. You know this guy. You know this guy, right? The like what is it? What- I what do they call this? Network? Uh, yeah, yeah, that's it. I haven't used this guy in quite some time. And then McCly, DevCon, name pass or something like this. I think it's something like this. Yeah, and you pass the 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 name of like the network you're connecting to and the password. And this is where it gets fucked up. No matter what I did, you know, this led to error. Using this led to error, and at the time I was utilizing Wi-Fi that was somebody else's. That was somebody else's. Yeah, at least that fucker has good completion. This is yeah. Yeah, this led to error, right? I was I I don't know. The Wi-Fi password had been set by like a housemate of mine, and um, our password, like I don't know. I'll just like I don't know. Yeah, I would say like I'll just say it started with a it started with like the bang symbol the yeah. Um, and keep in mind, I did not know anything about shell scripting or etc. And so it was quite literally a case of and this was the case. Like um, yeah, this went on for I think about 3 days, and then finally I figured out that I had to do like yeah, I had to do something like what is it like this style. Can I have password? Um, yeah, I do something like this style. I think this was sort of the case, and I was just like, whatever it finally, and then it finally installed eventually, right? Like I finally got it working. And then this was kind of the kicker. Uh, this was kind of the kicker. This was kind of the kicker. And then I forgot to install Network Manager, and that was kind of the kicker of the installation process, I think. you know, um, and I did not have an Ethernet cable. This went on for 3 days. I remember this weekend. This is something that uh, exists in my mind. I felt like I felt like I had landed on the moon once it like was up and running. But yeah, that kind of happened. That kind of happened, right? And then we had what year is it? What year is it? We're in um we're in 2026. Oh, okay. So I think kind of like this was kind of like the next kind of the next phase, one would say. I started using Emacs. Started using Emacs. This was sort of like this happened like early 2024. I think. Yeah. This happened. Oh, there was this as well. There was this in like late 2023. Um, I'm gonna make a video game. Right. This was late 2023. Um, or let's say I think it was more around. Yeah, it was about late. And so I did this. I did this, right. This was also kind of clueless. Um, this was also kind of clueless. Let's see. Um, oh yeah, it. Oh, needs an upgrade. Oh, I thought that was a funnier command. I think whenever I originally made it, like this is funny. But then now I think someone chatted once, and they had the word Vim was in their name, and it just did that to them. It just did that to them, and I'm like, oh no, okay, but I don't know. Um, but let's see. Yeah, late 2023, I was like, I'm gonna make a video game. I don't know. And then also like late 2023, I do not like making games, and this was kind of the next thing. This was kind of the next process. It's just like I did not like this. And then yeah, started using Emacs. And Nick,
Vim is for
yeah,
dark. Emacs is for the enlightened.
I got it sleeping. Have fun. Oh, good night, niche penguin. Farewell. Have a good rest. rest well. Yeah, good night. Fair, farewell. Rest well, as they say. Yeah, I started using Emacs, and learned, I don't know, about lists. And this is kind of how we got to where we are now. This is the process. Rest easy. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, I think, I don't know. I feel invigorated right now, to some degree. Um, but yeah, this is where I ended up. This is where I ended up. I think also, oh, and Nix for, yeah. This was kind of the other thing. I did Nix for like 2 months, and then switched, uh, to Geeks. Yeah, I don't know. Now we're up to the lore. This is sort of the, this is how it happened. I think. I don't know. It is, yeah. Um, I don't remember how we ended up on this. Oh, it was code blocks. Yes, code blocks. Okay, where do you live? You kind of speed ran the pipeline. I don't know. I feel I whenever I like something, I like it a lot. That's all I can say. I think on that. I don't know. I don't know. It's um I get I am very I'm very. Have you seen? Do you know that image? That image, I
Drink
think,
is for the
where they
poor.
have
Emacs is for the enlightened.
um where they have the what is it? It's the guy who has the blocks in his brain, and there's like one really big block that says like, I don't know, bug facts or something, and then someone introduces themselves, right, and he pushes the name into his brain, but it can't fit, so then he's just like, nice to meet you, incorrect name. Did you know that bugs have wings or something like that? And this is how I feel like whenever I like something. This is kind of the case. I don't know. It's uh full. There's a degree of incapability to uh, uh yeah. Hello, crazy kitty. Hello. Um, hi. Hi, hello. Yeah, there's a bit of like an inability to discuss things that aren't the thing that's enjoyable. That is, um, that is like the what the I'm haunted by I am haunted by the phantasms, like the phantasmic power of enjoying something. Yeah, you know I don't know. I don't know how to talk like a normal person. Well, that's perhaps too what is it, too rude to say. I don't know. I do not know how to. I don't know how to talk about the weather. This is kind of it. Like I will try and talk about the Elder Scrolls Morrowind for 3 hours straight instead of the weather or something like that. But yeah, yeah. So it goes, I guess. With the args, so if we have a full node, right? Let's see. Okay, the next cat came in to take my shift. I'm gonna go to bed too. Good night. Large scroll of insect. Good night, party cat. Lol. Um, enjoy your rest as well. Enjoy your rest. I think for this, so we have we were kind of just grabbing that full attribute guy, right? And that's what we want for a that's kind of what we want for like just getting the attributes themselves, right? But I wonder, so how do we deal with nullability? So they don't have it there. Um, yeah, we'll grab this. Let's remove this. This is kind of the full node that we're looking at, right? And then I'm guessing that nullable would just be one of these guys. Yeah, it would. Nullable would just be one of these guys. So this is sort of a full node that we would examine kind of with any argument. So really we are just looking at the nullability of the argument, the interface that it is going to, and what else? What else was that? What else was that? Can we do arg.lisp? Summary enum interface. All right. So we've done kind of the checking if it's nullable. We've gotten the type as well. And then for the arg name, it would quite literally just be the, it would be this guy. No, wait, it would be this guy. Oops. And then for, yeah, let's see. So what other ones are like weird little guys that we will need to deal with? I think that might be all the weirder ones. I think we can go ahead then and finally grab this, right? And we can plop it right there. And I'm gonna do it this style. And I think we don't need raw. We just need these guys. And we want to provide some sort of type interfaces or some sort of like type in this. So type of name is going to be a string. And then this is going to be an actual, what are we calling these types? What are we calling these? Yeah, I think for something like this, because we can store the Wayland archetypes as this guy. And we have that as a type as well. And so we'll just do, yeah, we'll do, let's say nullable P. And what type are you going to be? You're going to be, or you're going to be a Boolean actually. We'll go ahead and convert that into a Boolean automatically. Or, actually no, I think we want to keep kind of like the, yeah, we want to keep with these sort of the version of this that we get from the like XML interface. And then we want to do the, we can define a Lispify method on it, I guess one would say. Nullable P. All right. And all right, perfect. And then we can do, I mean, summary is going to be a string. And it's just going to be a string, I think. Or nil. Or nil string. Okay. Or we want to do this so that we don't end up with a great issue of like, what is it? Bad OR cases, I guess. And then this is going to be a string as well. I think we just want the interface name, right? Is this what we are doing with the making the guy interface? Do you? Yep. Okay. Something like this. And then I think you're also going to be a string, maybe? Do we accept arguments that just do not do anything on any interface? Yeah, it does seem like we do. It does seem like we do. Because if we do something like interface equals. Okay, yeah. I think that all arguments do come with a summary, though. That seems to be the case. So we don't want to allow a nil string on that. We do want to allow it here. So we can grab this. And we can go here. Wait, type. So I think, yeah, we wind up with something kind of like this style guy. Oh, enums. Enums, okay. And once again, that just seems to be... I think for that, yeah, I think for that we can just go ahead and grab the enum. We can do this similarly. So this is mostly going to be a big ol' collection of strings, I think. But with something like that, what we can wind up doing, I think, is we have all of these guys, right? And then we have, can we do, so we had this Lispify method, right? And then what we would want to do actually is first we want to kind of like define a method on the instance initialization. I think this would be nice to have. If we look here, for example, like we can make it such that like everything gets passed, or yeah, we can do something like this, like defun make Wayland arg. So if we do something like this, we can actually specialize sort of like the arguments that we're getting to actually, I don't know, to enforce the checks basically. This is sort of the goal here. I think after, I don't know, after this is made, we will probably close it out for the, you know, close it out for the evening, I think, because I'm a little sleepy. You know, this is how it goes. This is how it goes. I'm a little sleepy. And I think we can say name And we'll just pass, yeah, we'll just pass all these guys in. We'll just pass all these guys in. Archetype, nullable, yeah, nullable P, summary, and what is the enums? Enums and interface name. So I think we'll have this, right? And if we grab this guy and we do something like this, make Wayland, or oops, Wayland arg, and really all we want for that is string, yeah, we want string, we want archetype, we want argallow null, we want string, and string. Okay. And then we kind of end up with this is a big list of arguments. This is kind of beefy. This is huge, bug huge or something like that. If we go to warnings, wait, what? Oh, it is because of the init form. Can we do an init form that is error? Actually, can we do something like this? Error. And then we can say like missing name. And then we'll probably define like a custom condition for, we'll define a custom condition for these, I think, at some point. Probably these will be, it'd be nice to have like an actual condition for these, but I'll probably do that, I don't know, tomorrow or something. But missing, well, actually we want it to be, we can do the init form of this one as false, because implicitly, or like we want to implicitly not allow like nullable if, unless we say true. Basically, this is kind of the case. Unless otherwise stated, we are not allowing null. And then this would be, yeah, orable or string null. It's kind of like, what would one call this? Like, this is kind of like a what are they? A very messed up maybe. I'm thinking of the maybe type. This is the I think Haskell has made, it's hard to use my brain and not. Haskell has done, I don't know, done a number on my brain, but maybe this is just knowing what types are. This might be the case. This might actually be the case. It would probably be nice to actually have some sort of like, I don't know, maybe shaped guy for this, just so it's less verbose. That might happen. I don't know. Oh, which one is getting angry now? Is this old? Let's see. The what is this? What is this? Why? Who is angry? Oh, no. Oh, we were, I think, grabbing. Were we grabbing the wrong guy? Is this the case where we? Yeah, or string null. So we want something like this. Oh, okay. We were just looking at the wrong guy. And then this is Wayland arg. I'm guessing that yeah, I think if we do something like this, and then we can just call make, I don't know, make instance. Yeah, and we'll do what is it? Name. Is that our accessor here? Yeah, I think so. Um, yeah, archetype, archetype, and then what are they? What are they? This is next is nullable p. So we can probably do something like this, like or nullable p, and then well, actually, because that's kind of, I don't know, that's kind of messy, I think. So I think instead, oh, how did I open another one of these? I think instead, what we can do is we know for a fact that we require a name, a type, and a summary. So these guys can be, what are they? What are they? These are the and key and what is this? What is the syntax on this again? This is how do you do how do you go? Because I know it's like keyword args and list. I always get tripped up on this one because I know you can supply a default parameter. I know you can. Can you give it to me without being completely evil? Let's see. Yeah, because I know you can do and key, but then you can supply a default, but I don't quite remember how. Let's see. Oh, let's see. That's how. Okay, okay. Let's see. And key. Enums. And then what are you? You're a nil. And then interface name has a default of nil. And then implicitly we're going to end up needing to do for these guys then. Well, let's see actually. Hold on, we kind of fucked it up. Actually no, it's not too bad. There we go. And I think we would need to then specify this with the. Alright, I think, let's see. Types common list. Can we go to the. Can we go to the common list types? Okay. Okay. And then, yeah, specifying and key. Okay. Hmm. let's see. So declaim f-type function. So you would define a string key integer. Okay. So we do something like this then. And then can we pop this right here? And so our keys are things like nullable p. Okay, and then this will need to be enums, I think. I think lastly, yeah. Interface name, and then that does not at all like go in the same order. Or these are the only ones that need to be swapped around. But yeah, I think we can do something like that, and then that, and then that can save us from needing to do that. And you gotta go there. Okay. There we go. That's a little... It looks a little evil and cursed and, you know, monstrous, I think, but it is mine, I think. You know, this is the case. Let's see. But yeah, these guys are... And your default is false. Okay. Okay, and then what else do we have? So in theory, that should not explode us into a million. Does it do that in practice? Okay. 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 Style. They're warning me about the style. They are saying. They're saying style warning has 3 required args, but previous declaration has 4. They're saying previous declaration interface name is defined but never used. Okay, that's a good one. Interface name. Okay. Okay. Okay, perfect. And then yeah, I think we can do something like that. Okay. And then after that, we can probably try to make an instance and fail, or continue, not fail. 2 style warnings. So I'm wondering what this previous declaration is. That's what are we running into here? So I think can we try it? A def parameter a make yeah, make Wayland arg, and then we will say, it needs a name, we'll just call it meow. We'll say int, and we'll say, meow, okay. And do we blow up? What happens if we describe A? Describe, describe A. Okay. Oh, hell yeah. Okay. That's rather nice. That is rather nice. What happens if we describe? Okay, so despite its complaining, it does indeed work. And then what happens if we give it fucked up and evil? Yeah, what happens if we do this? Oh, we actually do not die on that. That's kind of crazy. Although we should be, I think. I don't know. We are. Oh, wait. That's why. We're doing this guy wrong, I think. We have to put the. Yeah, we have to enclose these, or all these guys all together, I think. Is this how it is? I cannot quite recall. I don't believe so. Hmm. So what if we look at these warnings? And what happens if we remove that? And we do it this style. Is this what they are looking for? Is this it? Do you die? Do you explode? I think that might have been the issue. It looks like that might have been the issue, at least. If we do no values here, and then we reload. Okay. So this should... Okay, there, we did it. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. It had one parentheses too many. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I think I am complete for the day, but I don't know. Thank you all for hanging out. You know, you know, on this day, the day of what is it? The day of where love is in the air or something, or these sorts of things. I think I forgot to ping this the entire time, but I don't know. I have this guy, and then I there's also this guy. I yeah, I don't know. I will speak to you via IRC because I don't like Discord, but I might speak via Discord if I'm on my phone. Yeah, thank you everybody. I don't know where do we go? I think because we have to hit the we have to as they say smash that raid button or something. I don't know. I don't know whereabouts. Who is existing though? I think this is kind of the grand question of these things. Huh. Who's real? Who 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 exists in reality? You know. Hmm. Let's see. Oh, this is always the hard part. It's like deciding. I don't. This feels much to me like always. I'm going to pick a starter Pokemon. This is sort of a similar feeling. I'm like, oh no. Who? But who is? I don't know. Who's activated? I think. We shall find out. I think we're going to go to. Or someone's doing a charity stream. Okay, let's go here. Let's go to a charity. Yuri Heart. Okay, yeah, that sounds good. All right. Yeah, I think we'll go this direction. Yeah. Yeah, we'll go this direction. But thank you everybody for hanging out, as they say. Yes. Fairly well. You know, it's not goodbye. It's until next time. It's not farewell. It's catch you on the flip side, or something like this.